A very good morning, everybody, and welcome to Blackpool, where we are at the WEPF World Championships. And first up is the Women's World Team Shootout. And let me tell you, we've come here for a right proper shootout, just like a Western. Simon Webb, Amy Beecham, join us. Guys, how excited are we to be here? It's a massive fortnight coming up. And we start with our favourite event from last year, which kind of feels like it makes sense. This is a really exciting one, Simon.
It is. I've been looking forward to this event for a long time. Shootout pool is fun, but the minute you put teams into it, the minute you put your nation into it, it's a whole nother deal. You know, going out there, you get to play one frame, it's fast, it's furious. You've got your golden breaks, golden ducks and all that sort of stuff, but there is something about playing for your country under this sort of pressure, and watching players under pressure is just fun.
Yeah, and Champs, that's where we bring you in, and as a player, this is amazing to watch, but it must be absolute murder to play in.
Yeah, I mean, I've not actually played in this format, but I think if you go out there and you fly, it's the best feeling in the world under this sort of pressure. But if you don't settle, it will make me very glad to be sat here and not be out there.
And we will see some that won't settle, and they'll be under it, and it will be tough.
Well, that's part of the joy, isn't it? It's such a brutal format. It is fantastic to watch. If you are new around here, this is exactly how a shootout works. The time is tight. The time is the key thing. 40-minute matches with 10 frames maximum to play. The squads have got 2 sets of 5 players. It's a race to 6. But this is all about the clock. 30-second shot clock for the first 30 minutes. The final 10 minutes is under a 15-second shot clock. And when you mix all that in with the dynamics of team pool, with the pressure that's out there, it just creates magic.
It does, and it depends where you are in the order as well, because if you're going out there first up, you know you've got your 30 seconds, you're almost playing a normal frame other than the fact the pressure of playing for your country. But if you're playing, fifth set, and if we go into the second set, all of a sudden, you might have to go out there and just hit the ground running at 15 seconds. You might be called upon to be only frame. You might get 45 seconds to run around the table and make a clearance. And it's just tough to go out there. Normally when we see people pull out buzzer beaters, they've had time to get into it. They've played the match. Not here. You've got to go straight out.
And we have seen them. That's the best thing of it. The shootout last year, Champs, was ridiculous, and it just showed what sort of format it is, because the World Team Champions, who were crowned that year, got dusted 6-0 in the first round by a team that didn't make it out of the groups in the main competition, and that's just all part of what we can sort of expect.
Yeah, look, I think in team pool the atmosphere and the support is such a big thing about it, but in this format it makes it even more special. I think the Nordies behind us obviously probably already heard that one of the best teams for supports out there. That could be a big factor today.
Yeah, it should be a lot of fun. As Champs mentioned, we have heard the Northern Irish. We will see them in just a moment as we take a look at today's running order. We start with a prelim. It'll be Northern Ireland first up, and it's a big one for them. They take on South Africa, real test and a tough draw for both as a prelim. We then go straight into the quarterfinals. England versus Ireland, Scotland versus Wales, Australia, New Zealand, and the World Team Champions France will play the winner of our prelim at the end of the afternoon. So, what jumps off the page for you there, team?
Well, I know that Champs thinks the first match is probably the match of the round, so I'll let Champs talk about that one, but I'm interested in the second match actually, because Ireland won it last year, and they were unfancied when they won it last year, and it was an amazing run for them, but they dusted England, who were probably the pre-tournament favourites, first round, and that will have hurt England, and they're out for revenge today. It'll be interesting to see. I mean, England will still be big favourites in that match, but there'll be memories of last year.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look then at our first match. It's Northern Ireland versus South Africa. Before we talk about the Nordies, let's take a look at this South Africa squad. They're a very, very experienced nation when it comes to World Team Pool. That there is Amy Claire King. She's potted numerous 8 balls for titles, and she'll be the one they'll lean on. But it's a strong squad, Chance.
Yeah, very solid. Obviously, Amy's won the Masters. Tasneem, I know, is a very, very talented player. Michelle's was the team part of the team that won the team the last time they were here. So I just expect them to be super solid. They're very good at supporting each other, and I think for them today it'll just be about whether they adjust to the shot clock.
Yeah, South Africa's first shootout today. As for Northern Ireland, this is a squad that's going to be put on its back a little bit by the star player. Emma Cunningham is here, and the Northern Irish squad are making some noise behind us as well as we take a look at their lineup. Emma's obviously going to be key, but there's plenty of other players here in this squad that are talented.
Yeah, and for me, I think one of the things that Northern Ireland have as an advantage in this tournament is the fact that they've got players that have been playing on Ultimate Pool scene, so they've been playing under time matches. They have much more experience of being out in the arena and having the sort of time and the match clock up against them as well.
It should be absolutely brilliant. Let's take a look then at Emma Cunningham. She will be the absolute X Factor. There she is, leading the team. Lisa Dart, Ashley Dinsmore, Chucky Preston and Rasheen Smith. I get the feeling this Northern Irish team, as you can hear behind us, gents, is going to be very spirit-based.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, and always has been, and I think we go back to Emma and how good she is on the table, but actually as a team player she is phenomenal. Her support and encouragement, people around her, and then she goes out, pulls out the big shots. She's got, as a big player in a team, Emma really does come through, so I think that could be, if Emma has a good day today, I think the Nordics go close.
And I think this is a great format for her as well. She's a big time player, obviously, with all the titles she's won. You know, she's very decorated as a player, but she'll love this format because she is a big shot player. You know, she loves the big shots, she loves to take out big finishes, and I think she's going to shine. And also, you've been hearing her, she will lead the cheers as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's built off the back of a massive break, but she's a shot maker at heart, and the reason why I love watching Emma play is because she goes for everything, and in a shootout, that's really what you've got to do.
Yeah, I mean, I was having a chat actually to some of them last night, and you almost want to time it so that Emma's on 15 seconds. She's the one with the experience. But how do you do that? Because you don't know how long the frames are going to last, whether it'll come back round. So in an ideal world, I think they'd want Emma out there on 15 because it doesn't seem to bother her.
But would you not want to get her out there early and get her to try and put one on the board and try and get ahead?
Yeah, there is merit to that, but I actually think probably an unknown player on this side of the game is Chucky. But Chucky's a snooker player. She'll love it in a big environment, under pressure. And for me, I think she could well be a good lead-off player as well as him.
Well, it's all set then. Cannot wait to get going. When we return live in the arena, it will be Northern Ireland versus South Africa as the World Team Shootout gets underway. Well, that is what they are playing for. The World Team Shootout trophy is in the arena, and we're about to get underway with our very first match, Northern Ireland versus South Africa. Champs, just before we head into it, it's prediction time. Who you fancying?
I think this is such a good match to start.
It's a shame in a way it's a prelim.
Yeah, absolutely. First thing in the morning, I hope everyone's awake, because you certainly will be after this. If I had to pick one, I would go with Northern Ireland, but I think it's such a good match. I'd actually say we might see a shootout straight away.
Well, there we go. There we have it. If that's the case, it will be a lot of fun. It's time to get out into the arena, and you're going to enjoy it in the company of Simon Webb and Tony Holgate.
Yeah, great to get underway. Here we are. There is Emma Cunningham, 4 times world champion and world master. She is the star for the Northern Irish team. She'll be leading the way, and this should be a fascinating match. Tony, great to have you on commentary with us for the day, and this is going to be a lot of fun.
Yes, great to be here, Simon. And like I say, Emma Cunningham, what a player she is for Northern Ireland. There you see the South African ladies lined up and raring to go. Has to say, Northern Ireland ladies in good voice this morning. Promises to be a tight match. I was speaking to Amy Beecham earlier, and she said this was going to be a really tough one to call. But a great format.
Yeah, great format. Nice to see Champ sitting on the fence as well, going for the shootout. She didn't want to call a winner in the match. These will be two teams that will be fancied actually for the title if they can make it through this game. South Africa won the World Team title before, Northern Ireland also. And of course, very good squads. And well, it's going to be a loss of lag for South Africa because they've hit the side cushion and gone off. So it will be Emma Cunningham that will have the choice. And I think that was a nod to say, yes, I'll break. So she is leading from the front, one of the best players in the world, and you get the sense that she shines at team pool and I think shootout pool in particular.
Well, knowing Emma for many, many years, she's no shrinking violet, it's fair to say. Fantastic cueist. She can mix it up with anybody, top professional in her own right. As we saw earlier this week in the main professional event, she beat Rona McCarthy 7-5. Rona being world champion and one of the greatest pros that's played the game.
Exactly.
Also a Northern Ireland international as well on the men's team.
Shows the quality, doesn't it?
Yeah, indeed it does. So Emma Cunningham steps up to break off for Northern Ireland in his first match of the Women's World Team Shootout. Bit of an early jump out of the chair there for the South Africans. Thought she was going to get to the table, but Emma gets the ball.
Tricky opening chance, but you know she's going to go. It's the way she plays. I already feel the atmosphere early today, but we're feeling it. Still needs to play the breakout on the right-hand side. Not easy to do that. Disappointing for Emma there, but he was sort of going down a rabbit hole, and means we get to see South Africa at the table for the first time. Tasneem Solomon out there for a team.
Tried to force it a little there. Not into those middle pockets at that pace.
And we're going to see a lot of this throughout the day, a lot of tense frames. I mean, you are going out there for your country and you get to play one frame. And well, we've both done it, Tony, that it's a very different feeling than playing for yourself. Very, very different.
I always found it more pressure playing in a team because you've got everybody's hopes and dreams riding on your shoulders. Whereas if I'm playing for myself and I'm playing badly, you know, I've only got myself to blame. I can wander off on my own back to my hotel room and deal with it that way. But you've got to keep looking everybody else in the eye if you've made a really bad mistake.
Yeah, the most nervous I've ever felt is playing, you know, your cue arm doesn't feel your own. Just making a simple pot felt difficult. And we're in trouble again.
Yeah, you get the thought in your mind, you've got a really important shot and you think, nobody's going to speak to me if I miss this.
Yeah, you do. I mean, none of your teammates are like that, but that's how you feel.
I like it when they come up to you and say, don't worry about it, honestly, don't worry about it, we still love you sort of attitude. And you think, no you don't.
No, you don't.
You're lying to me.
It's not what they're saying behind your back. Oh, I thought Emma was in trouble. She had the gap. That's excellent.
Only one pocket for the black. It's going to be the top right-hand corner. And wait for the noise if Emma completes this finish. Left herself a little bit hampered by this yellow on the bottom rail. Big shot here for Emma Cunningham.
Hampered queuing as well, really tough. Oh, hammers it home. And that's what it means to them. They sent out their big star first up, and she has delivered. Emma Cunningham gets the first frame on the board. It is a 10-frame match, a race to 6, but keep an eye on that clock. I suspect the match will be settled by the clock.
So I'd be wishing they could send Emma out every match.
Yeah, she just thrives in this environment. Needed 2 chances there, but it was a tricky layout. And she has delivered and put the first frame on the board. South Africa looking to respond, and they have the break.
I3 Tully for South Africa. Tricky opportunity. Double doesn't land. Loss of turn. Do not give away a foul. International 8-ball rules. You can, as long as you hit your ball first, you can take your opponents off the table. So the red going in is not a foul. It is Northern Ireland and Roisin Smith with a chance, and this is a slightly better chance than South Africa had.
Just so cutthroat this format, though, isn't it? A couple of mistakes and you end up you're really chasing the match, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean it's every single shot matters, every single frame. I said when I was out in the studio, this is where I think Northern Ireland will have an advantage. Roisin Smith does have experience of playing with Ultimate Pool, playing in the Women's Challenger Series.
Thin cut here for Roisin. Just eyeing it up into this bottom left-hand corner. Cue ball will flick off the 8-ball there, and it should be trying to guide it up for the last red.
8-ball straight in, and just like that, South Africa have got a frame on the board. Tough one for Roisin Smith. South Africa won't care though.
All three.
All three. This is a trick shot. You'd be happy to add that to your trick shot repertoire, Tony.
Wow, incredible.
Get that out at exhibitions, and well, we 1-1 because Roisin, when she came to the table there, would have fancied that finish, and 2-0 in these team matches and these short races is huge, and all of a sudden it's 1-1. Chucky Preston going out for Northern Ireland will have the break, and it is the former Masters champion, Amy Claire King, for South Africa.
This is a big collision, this one.
It's big, yeah. Chucky's been playing really well lately as well.
Made a ball, but nothing particularly easy for Chucky. Good solid pot.
Yeah, landed. There is a gap here as well. Right at the bottom though, it's the problem ball. Trying to deal with it there, and it's not come out. So red's at the top, no problem. Got to come down and deal with this red at the bottom, I think, earlier rather than later. Can hear Northern Ireland trying to get behind Chucky here. Very much led by Emma Cunningham as well. I said she's a leader on the table and off it.
Absolutely. Northern Ireland making themselves heard. They could probably hear them back on the shores of Northern Ireland.
Yeah. They were like that about 15 minutes before we went live as well, because they were right by our studio, and we were just doing some testing, and they were very loud. And I thought, here we go. Team pool has arrived. This is the key shot. Misses the pot. Key ball going in off makes it worse. Well, taking the pocket doesn't really help. Amy should look for a loss of turn here and then can take control of the frame. As long as you play your ball first, you can take your opponents off the table. So key here is just to get a good cue ball. Make sure you leave nothing on for Northern Ireland. she played that in a sort of two-way, which I'm not sure if it was worth the risk. She played that to try and make the combination, as in trying to make the yellow as well. And if it had gone in, she was on the yellow to bottom left, and she would have tried to go for the finish. But is it worth it?
It's a decent loss of turn. Nothing here really for Chucky to play. It's sort of biding your time and giving yourself a chance at the next visit, but I think it'll only be. She'll say it's worth it if she comes out and wins the frame.
She's got the reward, and I was expecting it. She left half a chance there for Chucky because that double was on. It wasn't easy, but it was makeable.
This is the thing with team games. You're more likely to play a percentage shot playing for a team than you are for yourself.
Did you rein yourself in when you used to play?
I think I did a couple of times. I'd have to admit it. You know, I'd look at a ball and think, well, if I play that, they're all going to think I'm some sort of lunatic, should be committed, and then,
yeah,
you know, I'd end up playing a more sober shot.
If the right shot's the right shot, I mean, I'm with you. I did the same, but you know, in theory, the right shot should always be the right shot. But I guess the situation always makes a difference.
The thing is, if you're naturally a risk taker when you play the game, you know, you're more drawn to playing those sort of shots. And I think if I'm the manager or the captain, I think play your own game. You know, if that's your strength.
Yeah,
people fear you for it.
I agree. Huge shot here for Amy. Wow.
Can't believe that's dropped.
I'm in shock. And she's got away with it really, because she has left the balls on. Look how early this hits the cushion. Be kind and say she used the pocket. Doesn't matter, she won't care. Her team won't care.
Well, great chance now for Amy Claire King.
Do you think she'll have any thoughts to bumping the 8 here? I mean, got the perfect yellow at the top of the table to get on it, but she has the perfect angle on the one to left now to bump it out.
Trouble is, if she bumps it, she might bump it in front of that yellow. I don't think it's worth the risk.
Yeah, I'm with you.
South Africans watching on, eager for their teammate to deliver this third frame. Has the angle, wants to play with a bit of right hand side here, try and get the cue ball just above the right hand centre. Wants to be straight on that last yellow into the middle. She's played that very heavily. Now then, the only saving grace is if she cuts the last yellow into the middle, that red where it's positioned will just hold the cue ball. She's got to play this quite softly, and obviously with the cue ball very near that top cushion, a tricky little tester for Amy Claire King. She's made the pot, but she's hit it quite firmly there, and as you see, the cue ball's shunted into the red, and I think she's only got a double now. At least you want to pinch this with a little bit right hand side, just to sort of square up the angle. Big shot here.
Both jaws. And this isn't easy for Chucky, but she'll be thrilled to have the chance. I thought this was in when she hit it.
Caught both jaws.
Just straightened it up a touch too much, just played it firm.
In for the safety. Well, your thoughts on that, Simon? You're looking a bit bemused by that one.
Percentage call. I don't disagree, because I think the shot to get onto the red at the top of the table nicely wasn't easy. The shot to give yourself a chance at it was okay. It's how you're feeling out there, isn't it? But this will feel uncomfortable for Chucky sat in her chair, and she's going to have the 8 ball coming straight towards her. My issue with the shot she played is I don't think she's going to get a better chance from even if Amy was to miss here. And she doesn't miss. A mistake from Northern Ireland, you feel, but take nothing away from Amy Claire King. Fabulous 8-ball.
Yeah, tremendous shot there from Amy Claire King. Chucky Preston, maybe Rue, playing the safety shot there.
Well, South Africa have turned it around. It did feel like Northern Ireland were heading to a 2-0 lead, and all of a sudden they're 2-1 down. South Africa with break. Michelle Raab.
She's up against Lisa Darts, who's down from my neck of the woods. Lives down in Devon.
And she's going to get a chance. It's quite good to see just seeing the replay there. Look at in the background. Defending champions there in the front row, but you've got plenty of teams and supporters out there, and I think some of the other teams that will be playing this morning and into this afternoon are all just trying to get a sense and a feel for it, get themselves ready.
Yeah, Lisa Dart married to Andy Dart, also plays with Devon. I think he's made the Scottish Seniors team, I believe.
Wow. So we've seen him before playing on the Ultimate Pool stage with his county.
Yes,
perhaps gave a few tips to Lisa what to expect. Playing in the county shootout has similar vibes to this.
A pooling family.
I don't think this red goes in the middle, and it becomes a real problem ball. That's tight. Digging a little bit of a hole here. I think Michelle will be sat in her chair thinking, okay, right, I'm going to get to the table here. Start to plan what you're going to do. Might be worth a loss of turn here. I know you'd be leaving sight. You could play the yellow and just stun into the red, pop the red. And you might be leaving sights of the other two reds, but you can't do anything with them. But if you play that shot, you've got to get it, and she's going to go the other way. She might be able to get above the yellow and make it easier on herself. Look to play it now. Teammates watching on. I wonder I don't know how experienced South Africa will be with the rule set. They haven't played for a couple of years now. They played in Ireland in the World Championships, but it was a different rule set, so they didn't play last year in Morocco. And I wonder how au fait they are with the rules, because that loss of turn looks like it could be a frame winner for me.
Absolutely. We think she should play it now.
She might just be being aggressive. She can play the cannon now, just going out. I mean, I was not expecting her to go for a finish, so I think she's going all out. And that's the problem with that shot, not on anything.
Not only that, it's opened up Lisa Dart's reds. Obviously that red that's next to the yellow near the centre is the key ball for Northern Ireland. But the South African here, well, I think you can only play the double. You can't take the cue ball up the table because you'll collide into the red and yellow over the other side and free the ball. So that's probably the best outcome that Michelle could hope for there. Leaving a very long red into the top left-hand corner for Lisa Dart.
Would you play it? Safety at the bottom. Just clip off and leave the cue ball at the bottom cushion.
I think I'll play safe.
Yeah.
Singles, if it's like a race to sort of 7 or 8 in a singles match, you'd maybe think, you know, in an early frame you'd have a pop at it. I'll have a little bite of the cherry, but when you've got 4 teammates behind you all with daggers in their eyes saying, "Dude, don't you dare!"
I was enjoying your thoughts of maybe go for the pot there, but I don't think you'd have played it if you were out there.
Oh yeah, I'd have chickened out.
Although she hasn't played the best of safety, she's left as yellow to top left, so it is now is a very good chance for Michelle.
Just seems that most shots is a lot of travelling with the cue ball to be had. These are the sort of little finishes you want to be quite near to your object ball if you could, you know, just for control reasons. When you start having the cue ball going up and down and running into traffic, that's when the old problems can arise.
Needs to pull up.
Yeah, I was going to say, wants to put his brakes on a bit now then. Well, she has an angle, and she's going to need to move the yellow. It won't pop cleanly into the middle.
It will go top left. She's just had a look at it. It has got the angle to go into it as well, but it's not guaranteed.
But if she wants to go top left, she's going to have to put a bit of right hand side on this cue ball and bring it back. What she is doing is you can see her cue is playing on the right hand side, so she's going to try and attempt to get on this in the corner.
The right hand side pushes into the object ball. Take nothing for granted in international team pool.
I think that was the time to have a go. I think you could have stopped the white dead on that yellow. There's Emma Cunningham.
Seal of approval from Emma.
Yeah, I still kind of think, I think she's just made the reds quite a bit tougher now as well. I think it's now Michelle, for me, is maybe a slight favourite in this frame. She's going to play this. Trouble is, if she pots this, well, she made sure she didn't. She'd put herself in a world of trouble.
It's amazing, really, that little red and yellow together. They've been there the whole frame, has been the reason both these players are struggling to find the way to get out.
Neither wanted to move them.
Neither of them, yeah, they don't want to take the risk. Do you think, I mean, from the overhead camera, I feel like you can make this into the centre with a bit of side.
If you were closer to it,
if you're closer to it, yeah. She is on the line you'd want to be on, though. Problem is, if you do play that slowly to allow the side to make it turn, then you might snook yourself on the other yellow if you're brave enough to play it from here anyway.
Smash it with a load of right hand side and let the ref make a decision.
Tried to just drop it in, but look where she'd been if it had fallen.
Well, one thing's for sure now, this frame is very close to ending, but on whose side of the arena it will land is yet to be seen. It's going to be the girl from Northern Ireland that's going to have first bite. One good positional shot here from Lisa. We could be looking at the match tied once again between South Africa and Northern Ireland.
Well, not on it in the middle as she wanted to be, but she'll take it.
Perfect little angle on it, Simon, as well.
That's how you'd have played it. Doesn't matter. Just find a way. Tough one. What an opportunity for South Africa to go 3-1 in front. 3 straight. And really steal a march as we tick into the second half of the match.
Some more legs on that. But she does have the option of just running into this. I mean, she could even have a free go at the double here. It's where Lisa's red is.
Yeah, I like that shot. I know it's giving a one cushion.
The thing is, though, Simon, if Lisa hits the red, doesn't pot it, you think, well, if the cue ball's where the red is, and the red gets over the bag, what sort of shot is...
You can't get on the 8 ball, yeah, I'm with you. So it's key for block the 8 ball here. Or just make it. What a shot from Northern Ireland. And lands plumb on the 8 ball. Shot of the tournament.
Wow. Take a bow, Lisa Dart.
And no mistakes with the 8 ball. Moment of magic. And Northern Ireland tie the scores up. Simple 8 ball. It was all about the shot before. An absolute moment of magic. Lisa Dart, take a bow. And that's huge. 3-1. South Africa will feel like they should have gone 3-1 there. And that's a massive place to be as we go into the second half of the match. But now 2-2. Absolutely, the match is on a knife edge once again.
Well, Amy Beecham did say she couldn't call it. It's going to be tight.
She was right.
She knows her stuff.
She absolutely does. She absolutely does. Anya Roux going out now for South Africa. She was probably hoping for a 3-1 lead herself, and then she can build on it. Now she's going to have to start again here for South Africa, but it is Ashley Dinsmore with the break. Not the best of breaks. Straight in off.
Well, the old song, there's always been a pocket over there.
Yeah, giving
their own teammate a bit of stick, which is quite funny.
Yeah. Quite a light-hearted mood amongst the Northern Irish team.
This is fair to say they enjoy their international matches. Never a dull moment when the Northern Ireland women are about. It's Anya Roux at the table now for South Africa. She's come a little bit far there with the cue ball. Quick return to the table. Ashley Dinsmore. Attempt a long red into this bottom right-hand corner. The reds are there as well. So Anya Roux has left a great opportunity. That's all born from her first shot when she overran the cue ball and left herself in no man's land. Now this is a chance for Northern Ireland to see themselves get in front for the first time since Emma Cunningham won that opening frame. Well, I don't understand that. I mean, she's got away with that one, but she didn't really have any need to go move into any balls, and they're all in a, sort of in the middle of the table on their own with nothing in the way.
This is the key, right here.
Well, that's going to be loss of turn.
Would have been better, I mean, if you're going to miss the pot, would have been better to at least bump those reds into play, put the pressure onto South Africa, but that just makes it, the reds are still really tough. And I know there's a problem here at the bottom of the table, but definitely a missed opportunity from Anya. Just play the loss of turn.
Exactly what I was just thinking, Simon. Anya should now play the loss of turn. Yellow onto the red at the bottom left-hand corner. Remove the red, leave the yellow there. And the cue ball will be in an awkward position for Ashley.
We talk about playing the percentages. You can make the case that you could go here and try and make a big finish, but you play the loss of turn. Next time you come to the table, your chance to clear up is so much better. It's so much easier that it's absolutely a percentage play. Potting balls here only hurts South Africa.
think she's missed a trick there, Anya. Very jazzy South Africa pool shirt there. All very colourful, all these shirts from the nations wear now. Back when I was playing, it was all waistcoat and bow tie, and
yeah,
not anymore.
Yeah, long time ago. I'd say that politely.
We're back there again, are we? Thanks, Simon.
And she's given
Free rein.
Yeah, actually a really good opportunity just to bump her red into play and lead a good snooker. I mean, it very much a missed opportunity for South Africa. They should have taken complete control of this frame. And now Nauru is in trouble.
Not what Anya wanted there. And it's Dinsmore now will have ball in hand. As you see, she's going to remove the toughest red first, play it down into this bottom right hand corner. Black ball's going to be tricky though. It's no real easy spot to land on. So still a bit of mileage in this frame, I think.
Is it worth trying to play a cannon? If you got a cannon on the yellow off the one over the bottom left, half ball, you're opening up the 8 ball, but it feels risky to me. Probably better just to get on the red high and just be able to float down underneath the 8 ball. Because if you get the wrong cannon, you snooker yourself on your final red. And that's what Ashley's trying to work out right now. That's not the angle. There is no angle. Needed to be higher. Comes around to have a look, but I don't think it's close. I think it's completely blocked off.
I think you'd have to screw back and play the double. Almost get the cube, well, get the cube where it is now. She can get back there. Double goes into the corners. Wow, what a shot!
Oh, what a shot. What a shot that is. There was next to no angle. Used the whole pocket and just plays it to perfection. I tell you what, Northern Ireland have turned up with some big shots here. That's back-to-back frames. That's every bit as good as the shot by Lisa Dart for me. Every bit as good. And Ashley Dinsmore comes up big for Northern Ireland. There you go, that's what it means to them. And we have reached the point of the change, if you like. The tournaments, the matches are played. It's a 10-frame match, but squads of 5 or more, but you can only play twice essentially. So after 5 frames, you can change your order or you can sub in players if you have more than a squad of 5. And South Africa absolutely have made the decision. They've moved Amy Claire King up the order. She was 3rd in the first round of games. She's playing first. She's going to try and lead South Africa back into this one. Waiting to see who comes out for Northern Ireland. On paper, it was Chucky Preston, but I'm being told it's going to be Emma Cunningham coming out.
Just about to say to you there, if it was me, I'd send Emma Cunningham out now at 3-2 up.
Arguably the 2 big stars from each side.
Wow.
And as we're going 47 seconds into the last 15, and interesting for me is in the studio beforehand, Amy Beecham said it'd be better to see Emma playing at 15 seconds a shot because she's got so much more experience of it. So we are going to get there in this frame, but I think maybe it would have been better for Northern Ireland, especially having the 1-frame lead, to hold Emma back for 1 frame so she's guaranteed to be in the 15 and she'd have the break as well. I think maybe a missed opportunity for Northern Ireland to put a star player in position to have the break.
Possibly, but the only thing is there that Amy Claire King's gone dry, so...
So yeah. But you don't know that when you're making those decisions, do you?
Unless you're a clairvoyant. But no. Got the awkward red next to the yellow at this top of the road. Don't think she can play off it, so I think it's going to be a load of topspin and try and move the yellow. Oh, well played. Great shot there from Emma Cunningham. And now a real opportunity, and it could be the first time a team breaks clear. Well, she didn't want that. She's played that too well and put both balls in the same shot, and now she's ended up in a sticky position. As you see, she pulls the face. She thought she was just going to screw just gently into that yellow ball, and it's come past her, and she just pinched too much of it. And now she's landed in, well, no man's land. Trying to swerve around and pot that red. That was always going to be very low percentage. Now Amy Claire King gets a chance.
Two yellows nearest the 8 ball, real problem. I wonder if the bottom one will pass the 8 ball, but the one above it, really difficult. Might pass the red to bottom right, but difficult to get there. Just starting to run into trouble. Well, how about that? That will work. If this goes, that will work. Possibly enough angle to get high on the yellow, on the cushion, and if the yellow does pass the 8 ball, all of a sudden you can get out from here. No, it doesn't go, playing away from it. Emma's going to take the tough shot on here. This could be a match winner. Get 2 in front. But it's a clever choice of shot because she knows the yellows at the bottom are a problem, so that's just put her reds in prime position.
Yeah, puts her about a 1-4 favourite for the frame, really.
Amy was trying to get that yellow in front of the 8 ball to already cause a mess for Emma, but it's just a gift here for Emma Cunningham, and she knows it. She knows that's the big moment.
Northern Ireland about to break clear. South Africa playing their trump card has failed.
Simple 8 ball then for a 2-frame lead. Two frames away, but more importantly, 2 frames in front with the clock running out. Northern Ireland have half a foot in the quarterfinals here. Well, 6 minutes 11 seconds here for South Africa to try and turn this one around, but it is going to be Northern Ireland with the break and Chucky Preston. Lost her previous frame, but she has had the frame of experience out there.
Great shot there. Oh, pot of yellow and 2 reds still at the table.
Absolutely have to win this frame, you feel. Lose this one and only leave 2 or 3 minutes on the clock, and you've got no chance. You win it, even if you only leave a minute, you still have hope.
Yes, there's Chucky Preston, but I think it's too easy for South Africa.
Doing the right thing though. There is time. You've got to tell yourself that and remind yourself that. Sometimes, especially when you're out there for the first time in this sort of situation, you feel like you can just see that clock going down ultra quick, but you've still got to win the frame, give your team a chance. So if you need to play a safety or a containing shot, you've got to play it. If there's any angle here, you can go. Oh, that's worked out beautifully.
Great shot.
Now that's open. Oh no, I'd say now it's open, running around, but almost felt a little rushed. I think Chucky needs to just block off the yellow at the bottom of the table. Just try and make it horrible. You play shots differently here than you would in a normal frame. And the loss of turn's good, but it's giving a chance. Whereas if you block the yellow off, you can just run that clock out.
It's a difficult chance though, considering where the cue balls finish. So slightly hampered here. Long yellow.
Well, going to be a reward here for Chucky. She can slowly, or as slowly as you can at 15 seconds a shot, just run the match out here for her team. Well, maybe hope here for South Africa. Definitely hope for South Africa.
Well, I believe it's South Africa's break in the next frame.
2 minutes to go. Needs to leave as long as possible on the clock. Don't leave this straight. There's angle. There's angle. You're okay.
It's heavy.
Got a shot. That's all you can hope for. Oh, hammers it home. How about that? Tasneem Solomon hammers it in. And it's back to a one-frame game. The time is running out.
Michelle Raab out for South Africa.
What a moment to go out there.
Ashley Dinsmore for Northern Ireland. She played a stunning frame earlier. Dinsmore. Just checking who's breaking in. It will be Michelle Raab for South Africa to break off. Well, not much time on the clock. Handy golden break now.
Golden break. This would be the perfect time for a golden break, really. Opportunity to tie the scores up and very likely to send your team into a 6-red shootout. If not, need to make a ball. 142 is enough time for a break clearance, but you haven't really got time to any back and forth. well, made a ball, made a couple, and the chance is good.
Sometimes you don't realise how long you've got. I know it doesn't look much, 1 minute 30, but
there's only one breakout shot required, and yeah, you can take your time a little bit here just to plan your route. And her first shot was a little bit rushed, and now she's not really got anything here but an awkward plan. And just pots and balls here. Ashley Dinsmore just pots and balls, and you can run this clock out. Probably 2 pots is all you need to do, and the match is over.
Yep.
Call your extension first, and yeah, just stand there and watch the clock.
Yeah, just drop the red in over the middle, bring the cue up the table. And like you say, Simon, she's killing the match.
Yeah,
the clock.
Cue ball stays on, and well, what do you have? 40 seconds. It's going to be 25 by the time she hits the next shot. I have to say, she's not on. I mean, she does have a pot on, but if she misses it, I'd have my cue chalk just in case. Michelle Raab would be able to run round in 20 seconds.
I think she time fouled there.
It was close. So 21. Oh no, didn't knock out, didn't nudge it out. Oh, that will be it. South Africa are done. Northern Ireland don't even need to play a shot. You have to love Shootout Paul. The World Team Shootout delivering right at the start here, and Northern Ireland delivering as well. They turned it around. They were staring a 3-1 deficit in the face. They turned it around with some magic moments, and they get over the line. They beat South Africa, and they book a place in the quarterfinals. They'll take on the World Team champions France in a few hours' time. This is great fun. Join us after the break.
Well, how about that for starters? Northern Ireland are into the quarterfinals, and joining me in the studio, Emma Cunningham and Lisa Dark. Guys, wow!
That was fun, wasn't it? Yeah, it was good fun. Great fun.
It looked like you guys really enjoyed that, Emma. I mean, even before we got started, you were drowning us out here in the studio. It's 11 o'clock in the morning. That's impressive to do.
Yeah. Well, it's team pool, isn't it? It's very different to individuals, and we're a family when we're away and here together, aren't we? And we just do our best to enjoy ourselves and get behind each other.
Lisa, your first experience of anything remotely like Shootout,
Definitely,
Paul, how did you find it?
Very nerve-wracking. Yeah, table play so different to what we're used to. Yeah, but great atmosphere. Absolutely love the atmosphere.
And talk me through that shot. You knew I was going to ask you about it, because I mean it came at a crucial point in the match as well, because that frame was tetchy, it was scrappy, and it got a bit nervy, and all of a sudden it felt like a big one to win, and all of a sudden you pull that out of the bag.
I know. Well, I missed that easy red, didn't I? You know, all I was thinking on that one was just leave yourself on the black. Missed it, and then I was like, red over the pocket is the ideal, but to nail it and land perfectly on the black.
You got your own highlight reel moment?
Yeah.
Emma, what was the reaction in the camp like?
Oh, we were all buzzing, more so for Lisa, because she's a quality player, and I'm so pleased for her to get that shot at that moment and get us out of a hole was phenomenal, and it was massive. It changed the momentum of the match, and we just ploughed on then from that.
We always say on the Monday nights, when it comes to whether it be the Champions League, the Pairs Cup, or like a shootout like this, it's not necessarily about playing the best pool for the whole match, it's about winning the moments, and that was a real moment that swung the match. Did you feel the atmosphere in the team change, Lisa, after you made that?
Yeah.
It was...
And the weight off my shoulders then.
Which of course for you is the most important thing. Yeah, absolutely. There was a couple of other brilliant shots in there as well. The shot where we landed right behind the black off absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
Big moments.
Yeah. And that's what we want. So going into the week ahead of us, you know, it's just about getting everybody's confidence up, getting their arms on the table, and just hope we get that little bit of run. And we got the run there, because it could have been very different. 3-1 down.
3-1 down,
with probably 15 minutes left on the clock, and just said to the girls, get in front, and clock management, like Tasha forgot she had an extension in her frame, you know, and it's just those little bits of experience that everybody's going to gain throughout this shootout. So I'm pleased we're in it, and we get to go again.
We get to go again, yeah.
Yeah, that's the exciting bit. A match up against the world team champions, France next. Some amazing players on that side, but of course you've got your own to compete with as well. How much are you looking forward to that now?
Yeah, really looking forward to it.
Anything can happen, can't it?
Yeah,
One frame of pool.
And I wanted to ask a little bit about the strategy coming in, because the shootout's a strange event for teams, because obviously when we get into the main team competition, much longer races, we get rid of that shot clock for you all, and it becomes more of a sort of a much longer battle. This is so short and sharp and volatile. Was the approach into this just have fun and see what happens, or was there an element of, we really want to do well to set us up for the week?
Yeah, I think we believe, and we're aware that this format will suit us in terms of the clock and the time management, because we have experience in there, and I believe we can win. That's why we're here.
That's why we're here. Yeah, we can.
Can you take a bit of inspiration from what Morocco did last year as an example?
Yeah.
Because they were so good, they were massive underdogs, won every match on their way to winning the final.
Yeah.
There's no reason that can't be you this year.
No, absolutely not. And as I say, we're a family, we're sisters, and that makes a huge amount of difference as well. We all know each other so well, and we feel everything for each other when we're out there, and you can't teach that, you can't learn that. That just happens over time.
Yeah.
Is it a case of we've started off at level 10, or have we still got levels to go with
absolutely. Oh yeah. The noise, you will not be hearing anything in this room come against France. I am gonna raise the roof.
Have you been practicing your French? Well, look, ladies, we cannot wait for that quarterfinal. Best of luck for when it arrives. And in the meantime, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, it's our next match up on deck. It's the first quarterfinal, England versus Ireland, when we return. Welcome back, everybody, to the Grand Hotel here in Blackpool, where we are live with the World Team Shootout. What a performance from Northern Ireland to secure their spot in the quarterfinals. They have dusted off South Africa in the prelim, and we are now into the final 8. England versus Ireland coming up next. As you can see, we're right in the hot seat here by the arena. The Irish team just getting ready behind us, and this should be a fantastic game. A rerun of that semi-final last year, which Ireland won, and it was a huge win for them as well, and a big defeat for England.
Yeah, they would have gone into the tournament as the favourites, or alongside France as the favourites, and they were dusted, and that would have hurt them, because I think Ireland went into that match, into that tournament unfancied. They didn't qualify through in the main team championships, and for them to go and beat England and then go on and win it was huge for them. But England would have been hurt by that, because they would have expected to win the tournament.
Yeah, a bit of a revenge game, which we do like every now and then. Plenty of respect between these two teams. So let's take a look at the Irish squad first. Sandra Bryan and Mary Duffy Lowbridge are the two big remainders from that team that took down the title in Morocco. It is a changed squad, but speaking to Mary, which you'll hear in a moment, it's a very familiar squad as well. But how big will Mary and Sandra Bryan in particular be? Yeah,
it's huge to have the players that have had experience of playing in this format and winning in this format. But I think one thing that Ireland have is the strength of a team, is the bond, the unity within the team, and whatever happens out there, they'll deal with it together as a team. And I think that's huge in this environment. When you're going out there and you're playing one frame and you're under pressure, you want to feel like your team is right behind you, and they will have that.
Yeah, they absolutely will. Very, very good pals, this Irish team, and full of good players as well. Just before we get going for them, I did catch up with Mary Duffy Lowbridge yesterday, and she was absolutely buzzing. Welcome to the defence of Ireland's championship. This was such a memorable moment for you guys last year in Morocco. How excited are you to be back, first of all?
Absolutely buzzing. Cannot wait for tomorrow. It's been a short year, I will say. I know it hasn't quite been 12 months, but it's swung around fairly fast.
It really has, and last year was such a memorable event. The shootout was a lot of people's favourite event. I don't doubt for a second it was yours, of course, lifting the trophy, but it wasn't just about the trophy, was it? It was really about the fun that you had along the way, because it was such a special event.
It was such a special event, you're so right. For an inaugural event as well, nobody quite knew what was going to happen, how it was going to unfold with the teams that were there, But I think the girls, just every one of those teams just got in there and made it a special occasion, you know. Obviously a little bit sweeter for us, we came out the winners, but I think I can safely say everyone that took part in that event really came home with something special. I think it was a really good event.
Yeah, completely agree.
Yeah.
Interesting matchup first as well in the start of your defence. It's a rematch of the semi-final, which of
That's
course
it.
had that famous victory for you guys
My
in that
goodness.
semi. I know that was maybe even sweeter than the final victory. I don't know. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I know it felt big at the time for you,
Oh my
beating England
goodness.
in the way that you did. Sandra Bryan's 8-ball, all that sort of
8-ball.
stuff. It was so special, and obviously very, very tough opponents. What do you make to the matchup?
It is what it is, I suppose. I think we went in with the heart last year of, you know, it's one frame pool. Who wants it more? That's it. That's literally what we went in. That was the attitude we went in with, and we certainly will do the same tomorrow. I can certainly say that when I went in with the team last year, I felt like I was among like giants. The girls in that team and our Irish team are incredible players and just incredible teammates. So I was just kind of holding on to the coattails, being honest. But I learned an awful lot of how to approach a game like that, and it's literally seeing the table, playing the table, and you know, getting in there and just getting stuck in. You know,
And
that's
you-
what we'll do tomorrow.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
and you are one of the members of the team that have survived from last year. It is a changed team. Are you going to be able to, along with the likes of Sandra, pass on your experience from last year to some of the newer players?
Sure will, yeah. I'm lucky enough to have those ladies, all of the new ladies from my county team in Offaly. So that's just so special for me. And it's because when you go back with your little stories and your pep talks to the girls and say, now come on, you know, come to these ranking events, you know, and you're trying to bring people along with you. Now they've done that. You know, they've gone out and they've made such an amazing year for themselves, and now they've made the team okay. You know, being honest, of course, like some of our bigger players couldn't make it this year, which is such a disappointment for everybody. But at the same time, the girls stepped up. So I'm so proud of them and I'm so excited for them, what's going to happen. You know, they're really going to enjoy it tomorrow. I've no doubt.
Cannot wait, Mary. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have absolutely no doubt that Mary is going to enjoy that, and enjoyment is a key part of this. Very different team to the one that won that event, but familiarity is key here.
Absolutely key. I say they're going to be a team, they're going to be bonded, they're going to enjoy themselves, and I think that is really important when you're out there. Just you hear your team behind you, you know they've got full support, whether you play good shot, bad shot, whatever happens out there, you know you've got the full support, and I think it's huge.
Their opponents, meanwhile, are good. England are in the house. This is the squad they've got to deal with. Barbara Taylor is an excellent captain and a seasoned professional, and that squad runs deep.
It runs very deep. Obviously, Barbara Taylor and Harriet Haynes will take all the headlines with what they've achieved. Both world champions. Barbara's done it all in the game. But a couple of players to pick out there. Megan Proctor, who's just made back-to-back Pro Series finals this past weekend on the Ultimate Pool Tour, and Sophie Gibbs-Nichols just had her biggest win by beating Amy Beecham, who's 5 times world champion, one of the big favourites for every event she plays, and she just beat her. And I think the confidence she'll gain from that is huge. So, you know, if you're looking at that lineup there and you're looking at someone like Sophie, you think, well, that means the team is deep. You know, they've run all the way down, all the way through that squad.
Yeah, it was a bit of a fallow year in terms of the shootout for England last year. The expectations were not met, but maybe a change of mindset is key. I spoke to Barbara about that yesterday. It's World Team Shootout time, and that is very, very exciting.
Yeah.
How much are you and the girls all looking forward to it?
We're looking forward to it. We can't wait, because after last year, because it was a brand new format, I think we actually approached it all wrong, and it didn't quite work for us. And because of the way the format is, I think now we know what it's all about. I think we're even more looking forward to it this year, so we can try and make amends.
Well, it was such a fun event to watch last year,
Yeah.
and the atmosphere, the way teams were playing, there was so much entertainment value. What is it that you've learned from last year that you want to change for this?
Partly the fun side. I think partly the fun element, because obviously England has been so successful. I think we just went into it like it was like a normal knockout match. But I think you've got to embrace the match clock, the quickness of it, the fun element, and getting everybody involved. So I think you're going to see a different England when we get going. Hopefully.
Well, that's what we like to hear.
Yeah.
In terms of the event itself, it's a tournament that is littered with crazy results. We saw it last year. Anything can happen in the shootout. It's why we love to watch it. What is it actually like to play in?
An absolute nightmare. It is an absolute nightmare. I think a lot of the girls now, with the exposure that Ultimate Pool have given to the ladies' game, they're a lot more used to the arena environment and the shot clock. But it's still the most, because it's a team event and it's not an individual event, it's even more nerve-wracking because you don't want to let your mates down. You know that if you do and the clock's running down, you're then putting even more pressure on the next person. So yeah, it's completely different. It's, yeah, an absolute nightmare.
And you open up with a bit of a revenge match because it was Ireland who put you out of the shootout last year in their run to the eventual title. I know their team looks a little bit different this time around, but it is a revenge match for you. How much are you looking forward to it?
Yeah, we always have a good match against Ireland. And they're a great bunch of girls, so there's lots of friendships within there. So I think there'll be quite a bit more banter this year as well. So it should be good. It should be good fun.
All about embracing the fun then for Barbara Taylor, and that's really interesting because we've seen that work. You know, last year when Morocco and Ireland reached that final, they were basically the vibe squads. It was a party, it was a disco in there. We've seen already in the prelim, North Ireland sort of bringing a noise as well. It feels like a decent way to go about it.
It has to be the way to go about it. You know, England are 15-time world team champions. You know, they are the favourites every year they turn up, and they went into last year's shootout playing like they were, and they just played their normal, quiet game. They went about business, and it didn't work. And I think this year it could be different.
Well, time to find out if it will be. It's time to head out onto the arena as England versus Ireland take to the table with Tony Holgate and Amy Beecham.
Thank you, Stephen. England versus Ireland, the hosts versus the defending champions. There's Harriet Haynes for England, and thankfully I've got someone who knows a little bit about women's pool, 5-time world champion Amy Beecham. Now England out for revenge. How do you see it?
Yeah, I think that you have to make England very strong favourites in this match, as much as anyone can be a strong favourite in the shootout. Ireland is such a changed team, so it'll be interesting to see how they go.
Yeah, I did hear that there was a personnel change for a couple of players from Ireland. Here's Mary Duffy-Lowbridge. Mary been a member of the Irish ladies team for many years, actually back when I was playing for Ireland.
That long?
That long. It's like you and Simon have got it in for me. He was on about my age as well, bless him. It's a conspiracy. Mary's left herself a little bit hampered here on this red. But I think if Ireland have any chance, they need to get a couple of early frames. But then you look at that England squad.
Yeah, I mean, England leading out strong as well. I think Harriet obviously first out, and then I think it's Babs up next. So they're not taking any chances with the early players.
Yes, it's packed with stars, the host nation. There is Barbara Taylor. She's in a couple of world titles as well, isn't she?
Yeah, I think Babs has won 2 now. Took her a while to get over the line in the first one, and then won another one pretty quickly. Expect Harriet to go for these.
And one thing about when you look at that England ladies side is the attacking talent in the team as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think obviously these rules, you have to have players that can go out and win frames in one visit. You can't take your time too much anymore. You've got to be able to get down and get them.
Well, you said it was going to be a tight game in the first match, South Africa, Northern Ireland, and for most of it, well, you were proved exactly correct. I did say that to Simon. But did you just think Northern Ireland were good value?
Yeah, and I think you really saw the difference between the noise and the support, and that can make such a difference in any team pool, but particularly in this sort of format. And I think they really get behind each other. They sing some annoying songs, and they love it out there. So.
Is there a team more noisy, do you think, than Northern Ireland?
No. Potentially Wales when they get going, but not in terms of the songs. Absolutely not.
Fantastic pot there from Harriet. This is, of course, the start of the quarter-final stage of the Women's World Team Shootout. The South Africa-Northern Ireland match was a prelim, and Northern Ireland go through to play France later today. We've also got Scotland are playing Wales, and Australia will be taking on their old enemy New Zealand.
Yeah, I don't know. It's good to see New Zealand here. I don't think they've certainly not been since I've been playing. So complete unknown to me, the New Zealand team. Oh.
Well, there's a ball I would never expect Harriet Haynes to miss. I think she's been a little bit fortunate there, because I think she's only left Mary Duffy Lowbridge one red, which is available, which is down on the black spot.
That's worked out okay. Don't think Harriet has a pot on here.
Young fans from Ireland.
Can she get through to pot this yellow? Okay.
I think she'd have rather not had that little bump. So now the only shot really available for Harriet is a cut into the middle. It's just getting on the black that could be a bit dodgy.
Yeah, I think potentially she can hold on the red near the middle bag though.
Very clever shot there from Haynes, using Mary Duffy Lowbridge's red and canning her last yellow in. This for a 1-0 lead for England. In goes the black, and it's the host nation that starts the strongest. As Harriet Haynes goes back, high fives her teammates. And it's Barbara Taylor, as you saw there, is about to stride out into the arena. And up next for Ireland will be Sandra Bryan.
You just know, don't you?
Now Taylor. Tailor-made for this arena.
Yeah, although I'm not sure the shorter shot clock really suits Babs, so I think she'll be glad to get out there on the 30 seconds before the 15 comes in. Same for Sandra really, but two of the most experienced players still playing the game.
Yeah, Sandra, another player that also played for Ireland when I was playing. So, in fact, you're saying a lot about their age as well as mine, by the way. Yeah, Sandra, she's from Dublin originally. Made move now. It's going to be Sandra to break off. Dry break. Handing the table immediately to England's Barbara Taylor. Barbara, another one of those great attacking talents.
Yeah, there's half a chance on reds here. It just depends how accessible the plant is in the bottom right.
Everybody's friend Barbara, great ambassador for the sport.
Come up a bit awkward here. I think you now just have to top on and off the rail and play for the red near the black in the bottom corner.
Think on the red and play the plant. Two reds into the bottom corner.
Yeah, I think so. You don't really have another shot, do you, unless you want to play safe. Sandra just looking to play safe here, not really got anything obvious to go at.
That's the trouble when you don't get first choice of colour.
Yeah.
You end up always one step behind chasing your opponent. Unfortunately for Sandra, Barbara's a hard player to catch.
Yeah, she played a decent shot there though, developed one of her worst balls. She's not left Babs anything. Even the safety's not particularly nice. Yeah, good shot.
Nice shot there from Barbara Taylor. Got your appreciation there, Amy. I saw you tap your knee.
Yeah, habit.
Not left an awful lot.
No, I mean for me here, if you can see the cross double and the one on the left, I'm going all in here because what's your alternative?
Nothing.
Unless you can see the one she's closest to and it goes in the top left, but it looks tight.
Very low percentage shots, both of them. Barbara will only need one more invitation to wipe up those reds as well. That's a great shot.
Unlucky.
That's a cruel blow there for Sandra Bryan. Extremely unlucky. She invested everything into this incredibly tough pot. Knocks it in, and then the cue ball comes back, hits that yellow. If the yellow wasn't there, it wouldn't have gone in off. It would have hit the knuckle and she'd have still been in play. But it's ball in hand, Barbara Taylor, and you see she's very quickly come downstairs for these reds. Nothing in the way for her now. And you feel this is 2-0 to England coming right up.
A little bit surprised with the route she's gone here. For me, I would have taken the one that's kind of almost near the cushion first ball. A little bit surprised. Needs to play a good shot now to get back in position. Yeah, she's...
Well,
just left herself a little bit awkward. Like I said, surprised she went the way she did. I still expected her to get them, but letting Sandra back in with a chance here.
a reprieve for Sandra Bryan. Certainly not easy though for Sandra.
No. But a chance that she didn't think she was going to get where the reds were and with Babs at the table, so happy just to still be in the frame at this point.
Attempt a safety here in a snooker. Develop this yellow. This is tricky. Played it very well.
Very good shot. My only, and this is only a personal thing, but I would have been going for the finish there just because I really don't like leaving good players one cushion with one ball over the pocket. Everyone thinks differently, but I'd rather go down swinging than give Babs the chance to get out of this and finish the frame.
Yeah. Yeah, it was always my sort of train of thought as well when I played. I never wanted to lose after just playing a rough safety. And to be fair, Amy, I was not very good on the old touch shots anyway.
No, it's not my forte either, but obviously it's worked out for her here. It's got a really good chance, so the right shot in the end.
Yeah, very quick to get rid of this yellow into the centre. Gets rid of the yellow beneath the black next. Yellow into the middle. Large yellow bottom right hand corner, black in the other centre.
Sounds really easy, doesn't it?
Yeah. Trouble is, it isn't when you're out there, is it?
No, especially not in this kind of pressure situation. No. Playing for your country.
Yeah, it's a totally different mindset. got teammates all willing you on the sidelines.
She's played that well.
That's okay, she can drop this in dead weight. Any further and she'd have had to come down onto the bottom rail and back up again. But I think she could just play far jaw, just to squeak it in.
Yeah. Maybe. She's gone up and down.
Well,
wow.
How's your form?
Did she play it like that, or are we saying that was a nudge? From your face, I'm going to say it was a nudge.
We'll ask Sandra later. But this is a great opportunity now. Cue ball off the top rail and back down for the black. Go for 2.
Perfect.
Lovely shot from Sandra Bryant. And this is just what Ireland need.
Yeah, I agree. A frame on the board early for Ireland here was always crucial.
It's there. And just listen to the noise from the Emerald Isle. They pull level with England. And can they stun them again in this competition? Great performance there. Sandra Bryant played a very good safety shot to give herself that opening, and a quieter looking England side as Megan Proctor comes out. And what a last few days for Megan Proctor in the Women's Pro Series.
Yeah, I
2
know.
finals and didn't win them, bless her.
Yeah, I know she was very disappointed to not get over the line, but great signs for Meg, and she's a great player. And another one, very attacking, plays the game in a really good way, and hopefully she can push on from this weekend.
Yeah, I got to see quite a bit of her playing, and she did catch the eye with some great potting ability. Just fell short in both finals against 2 really tough opponents.
Yeah, look, 2 of the absolute best players in the world. It's about time Kirsty won one of these events, and Harriet is obviously an established winner the last couple of years. So, but I think it's a matter of when, not if, for Meg. She's very talented and very dedicated also.
Been practicing quite a bit, Megan, hasn't she?
Yeah, so she actually practices out of a barber's that have a pool table in it. She lives up in Morecambe, so not the easiest to find good places to play. We did have a practice just before this at Dishes down in Crewe. It's a really good club.
So she's been playing a bit with you, isn't she?
Yeah,
that's what I was alluding to.
Yeah, yeah, she puts the work in.
Gemma Masterson at the table for Ireland. Then a containing shot.
Yeah, didn't really have anything on there, did she?
Well, this is the thing with this style of pool, because it's one frame, it's very cutthroat, and you know, if some of these matches you'd have the lineup, and you know, if they were playing like first to 7 or 8, that you know the favourite will come through generally, but one frame.
Yeah, anything can happen. Anyone can beat anyone in one frame pool, and that's what makes it so hard to play.
Hard and entertaining.
Entertaining for us.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, I did enjoy my time out there playing, but you know, I don't think I could take it anymore.
Shot.
Great double there from Masterson.
I think, like I was sort of talking about this earlier, when you're playing well, it's a great place to be. It's where you want to be. But when you're struggling, it's the last place on earth you want to be, is out there. You just think, get me to an outer table, no one watching, leave me alone.
This can be daunting with all the eyes upon you. Looked a little rushed, that shot.
Yeah. Yeah, I think in that situation she had to find a way to pull back, because there wasn't an obvious way to sort of play the finish. So I think she'd have been wise to kind of maybe lay up there, but not left anything easy for Meg. I say that. That looked easy, didn't it?
This is Megan's strength, is her potting.
Yeah, Meg's long potting is up there with the absolute best in the world.
Power as well.
Absolutely. Sensible shot there. No attempt at the pot, just trying to leave it awkward for Gemma.
Yeah, I don't think she could quite get through, and even if she could, she wouldn't. She's too close to actually split them apart to even go finish. There's no point just, some places just get rid of a couple of loose balls and then just, even though they can't finish the game, which is a mistake.
Yeah. I think especially in these rules, when you try to learn the tactics, actually it can be like a real numbers game. It's an advantage a lot of the time to keep your balls on the table.
Gemma just calling a foul on herself there. She played that shot, the tip of her cue just caught the standing yellow. So that is ball in hand for Megan Proctor in England. Yeah, she just says as she played it, she just pointed with her cue and ushered to the referee of just move that ball.
Good to see the players helping the refs out, because the refs do a horrible job out there. It's not the nicest job in the world, is it, refereeing?
No, but all these events are played in with tremendous sportsmanship.
Yeah, absolutely.
Everybody sort of gets on pretty well off the table. I don't think there's any niggles anywhere that I've ever really seen. It's proper
I'm sure there are
competitive.
some anywhere. It's a sport, isn't it? You want some rivalries, but yeah, it's well hidden. Split came out really well for Meg there. I think she'll go on and get these.
Yeah, highly competitive and highly sportsmanlike.
Yes, absolutely. Rivalries in the right way.
Indeed. Well, Megan Proctor now with this yellow. She'll need to power the cue ball through onto the bottom rail and back up again.
Yeah, I don't think she's overly happy with where she's left herself there, but still got a chance. The only trouble is coming with too much angle on this shot now. Needs to play a good shot to be back in position.
There's a couple of ways you play. It's a drag with cider, but that's a very difficult shot, and also if you're not completely sure the pace of the table. There's quite a bit of distance between the two balls. We'll play it hard off the two rails.
It's a great shot.
She went with the draggy, slidey shot, and it's worked.
You can see she's really confident in her cueing after the weekend.
Yeah, brilliant potting, and she's played out in that arena.
Yeah.
In goes the black. England back in front. As Megan Proctor lands the second frame for the host nation. Coming out next for Ireland, Jeanette Jackson, and that's Leanne Cragg.
Yeah, Craggy well established in this England team now, an important player, former European champion, so again England just stacked with quality.
Yes, another player from England that knows the drill.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's no newbies.
No, I mean, Kirsty's the new member of the squad this year. Very talented player, got to the final of the Challenger Series yesterday. So it'll be interesting to see how she goes. But yeah, all the other players in the England team have been here before.
Jeanette breaking off, making a ball.
Yeah, good break.
Well, I think she'd want that shot back again.
Yeah, but first shot out there, she's got to be a bit nervous. Jeanette's not one I know. I think she's new this year. Don't know if she's been before. You've got to let people off with a little bit of nerves, I think.
Can be very intimidating. We all know it's when you go out there for the very first time.
Yeah.
Red ball's in play.
You know you're live in front of the TV cameras.
Yeah. Good chance for Craggy now.
Was he a friend of yours then, Craggy?
We're all friends, aren't we? We're all friends.
That's a great shot there from Leanne.
Yeah. The black looks like it goes comfortably in both bottom pockets, so no problems there if you just keep tight control of the white.
But you do look at that England squad and you feel there's going to come a point where they're going to pull away.
Yeah, just the quality, the depth, the strength and depth is.
And they'll be very mindful of what happened in Morocco.
Absolutely, yeah. They'll know that this is an event where anything can happen, but they'll also back themselves with the experience and talent that's out there.
Yeah, a little bit of a loose one there from Leanne. She was down very quickly on this as well. Maybe just needed to take a moment. Jeanette will just want to get a couple of balls knocked in and settle down. Hit that one with a bit of conviction.
Yeah. Double on the middle of the three, open everything up.
Have to.
Yeah, unless you're going to play safe.
I'm not sure there's the value in it, really.
No, I'd certainly be going for the double.
That's two of us, Amy.
But
not with this yellow.
No. Yeah, she's left it a little bit awkward for Craggy here, though. So, strange choice of shot for me. But again, the environment can do strange things to your brain out there.
Not left a great deal there for Jeanette. Looks like she's going to try and play the loss of turn up here.
Yeah. Awkward now for Craggy, bridging over this for the middle.
Yeah, if she does get it, the red will go off cushion, off yellow, into that corner pocket, but she hasn't made the red.
Tough shot.
So Jeanette hanging on in this frame. Needs to get those balls developed on that right hand rail though. Thin on that, but
buys her another chance though, I think. Tying the black up potentially.
well, the red went in clean.
Yeah. And is she straight enough to screw into the yellow and black?
I think
she
can,
can, yeah.
She can just play it plain ball, I think.
Does the black go in the corner?
I think if she can get through there, she might just better play softly plain ball.
Leaves the double.
Yeah, I think if she'd played that a little bit softer, she could have just had that black in that other middle pocket.
Not there.
Well, another chance for Jeanette Jackson. Leanne for the smile, but that smile will be wiped off if Jeanette Jackson was to finish from here. Let's stuff a bit closer to the rail.
Yeah. She's cued that well.
I didn't really want to take that second yellow with her over to the rail, but
No, but still a chance at the plant here, and if you hit this good, they will go in down these rails.
how safe is that black?
I think very safe, personally.
Yeah, it would have to be cushion and yellow at the same sort of time and squeeze down there.
We're going to find out.
Yeah, I think the cross double, I don't think it's gettable, because I think even if you tried it very thin, I think the cue will come back and stop it.
Yeah.
So, Leanne Cragg. Well, second prize. Well, she could go thin off the yellow ball that's next to the black and play safe, but it is a straight up and down hit.
Yeah. Does the black go if the white's on the other side of the table? Could you play the one down the rail first into the big bag with a bit of safety?
Yeah, it looks very tight. That's
Good
a
shot.
great pot. Now then, how is she going to count? I don't think she can get up to that ball at the top.
What was it you just said? But what do you do now? I think.
Well,
what
you
are you gonna
certainly
do?
can't pot the yellow.
No.
And you've got to be very careful how you play this safety, because you don't want to put the black right over the pocket. So
No, I think the issue as well is even if you get the safety good.
I'll tell you what, she's done very well there, because where she's put the cue ball is stopped the straight up and down.
The issue here, I think, is even if you get the foul, does the yellow go still? What do you do next? You play for a re-rack? It's hard with one ball on the table, isn't it? It's
yeah,
difficult
no, I think
to
I'll
see.
take a chance. But I'll tell you this, if Leanne gets near to this black, if you come a little bit wide, you could hit the cushion yellow first and not the black in.
Yeah.
Well,
Didn't get particularly close to that, but it was a tough one not being able to
Yeah.
go one cushion. Is there a gap?
well, if there was, you wouldn't put the cue ball there. Well, that was certainly not the shot to play.
No.
Well, frame gifted there to England, much to the relief of Leanne Cragg and the rest of her England teammates. And England now lead Ireland by 3 frames to 1. You'd have to question that shot there at the end. There was a chance there for Jeanette. Here's Sophie Gibbs-Nichols.
Yeah, I know Sophie was disappointed not to play in the shootout last year because it didn't quite get round to her by the time it came around, so she'll be happy to get out there and get her first experience of shootout pool.
Very solid player. I've seen Sophie play.
Yeah.
She'll be up against Angela Briggs from Ireland.
Yeah, another Irish player I've not come across before, so a bit of an unknown.
And it's going to be Sophie and England to break in frame number 5. We've got 11 minutes 52 left on the match clock. Once we get into the last 10 minutes, of course, we do go down to 15 seconds of shots.
Chaos.
Chaos, as Amy calls it. It is.
Absolutely.
Well, dry break there from Sophie. So we get our first look at Angela Briggs. Short ball there and hands the table back to Sophie.
Decent chance on yellows here. Wow.
Well, there's a little bit of nerves out there from
Yeah,
the England women as well. And
absolutely.
you look at it, you think they, you know, with their lineup, they're going to power through, but
Pressure can do strange things though, can't it?
yeah. Ireland certainly had their chances,
Yeah.
Yellow balls in play.
but at some point they're going to have to take them. Because we'll be going back through the lineup after this, and you feel that some more big hitters are coming out.
Yeah. Yeah, so Harriet, again, Harriet, Babs.
Well, at the moment, that's it. They can change that. The team captains, they
Right, okay.
can mix it about.
So you can sub people in after each set.
You can change your playing order in the second session.
Okay.
So, as it's sat at the moment, it would be Harriet Haynes maybe coming out for England next against Gemma Masterson. But like I said, Northern Ireland switched theirs and started their second session, and they brought Emma Cunningham up the order.
Yeah.
And that was, I think, to get over the line quicker when they saw South Africa sort of, you know, looming.
Yeah.
So there's a little bit of tactical decisions to be made by
Yeah, of
managers
course.
and skippers.
I think this makes this frame a bit bigger then, because 3-2, 4-1, very different score lines. Maybe a case of you give someone else a chance out there at 4-1,
Yeah.
3-2, you think get one of your big hitters out and try and get a gap again. Obviously the clock could come into it as well.
Angela there, I think, was trying to play the other yellows, just it was quite tight to get through, and she just caught the first one.
Yeah. I think there's still a good few minutes in this frame, so if England win this frame, I think.
Well, any length of time for a frame now is suiting England, obviously, with the match clock running out, so Ireland need to get the job done, and done at pace.
Yeah, I'd be playing a loss of turn here on the one over the top right, with where the red is trapped in the over the left side. Yeah, good shot. Good shot.
Well, she heard you, Amy.
There is a chance here to go though if you roll the top one in the right hand corner, leave the angle on a cross double to play the cannon. I'd like that ball stay there to get on the one on the bottom rail.
Yeah.
But we all see it differently, obviously. Still a chance here.
Stop the white dead and play the double.
Yeah. Looks like she's drawing back though. Yeah, not sure about that shot.
Yeah, I think stop the white dead there, play the double back into the middle and send a cubel into the two yellows and the red on the rail was probably the...
Yeah, one thing I would say is I think it's Sophie's first experience of 15 seconds, so absolutely does cloud your mind out there.
We've left a little plant there, you know, on those yellows, Amy.
Yeah.
Could have maybe made them.
Yeah, at the very worst you could have got the bag and opened your yellows out, yeah.
This, of course, is for a place in tonight's semi-final. Still got plenty of action today to come, though, from
Yeah.
the three other quarterfinals. So obviously Scotland versus Wales, Australia versus New Zealand. And to complete the quarter-final lineup will be Northern Ireland against France.
Yeah, that will be a loud game. The Nordics in France will bring plenty of support. And
Indeed.
is that the last game of the afternoon session, is it?
Yeah, I believe it is.
Sophie doing the right thing there, playing to the beeps. She'll look at playing a loss of turn or just try and mess the yellows up a bit more here. Not sure about that. Good shot. Very good shot. Gives herself a chance.
Well, cue ball. Close to that centre pocket.
Yeah, I think you had to try and hold that dead weight. Maybe a little bit of adrenaline out there. Sensible shot, getting the yellow out, putting the pressure on Sophie. Wow.
Oh my word.
Like we've said, the pressure and the shot clock are strange things to even the most experienced players.
Yeah. Incredible.
Yeah.
That one wiped his feet as well.
Good shot.
And in it goes. And Ireland have pulled back to within one of England. Angela Briggs. And just look at the joy on the Irish faces. It's England 3, Ireland 2. Well. Would you believe it? And as we thought, the experience of Harriet Haynes comes out for England.
Yeah.
She already won the opening frame, looking very determined and businesslike.
As always.
As always. So if Ireland are going to come back and create the shock, Sandra Bryan's going to have to topple a mountain.
Yeah, but I think this is the right call from Ireland to get Sandra out there. I don't think she played first frame, did she? She didn't, because she won her frame. So get your most experienced player out there when you need a big frame. I think this is the right call.
We've got just under 4.5 minutes left on the match clock.
Yeah, look, plenty of time on 15 seconds.
Try break. And we know Harriet's going to attack.
Yes, but I think she has enough experience now, and I think she'll know. She'll use the clock here. I don't think, if it's not there, I don't think she'll go. She's chosen yellows. Yeah. If you're going aggressive, you're playing the double, aren't you?
Yep, I'm looking at the double immediately. Harriet's tempted to play the double.
But what's your next shot if you nail the double?
4-ball plant down the bottom. No, I'm joking.
Are you though?
I'll tell you, to be fair, you'd have to be looking at a plant down there, because I don't think...
Nothing goes, does it?
No, but the cue ball's going towards the top rail as well. Yeah, it's all...
She's used her extension, played to the beep, so she knows shot clock is a factor here.
Well...
But there is a chance here on reds.
Well, there's plenty of time on the match clock for a finish.
Yeah, I think if Sandra beats Harriet here, we might need to mute the sound, or it's going to be a bit loud.
My word, it will be.
Yeah, that looked tight.
Not sure if that helps Ireland tying balls up. And
No, Harriet will be leaving that yellow on top of the red and make sure Sandra's got work to do when she comes back to the table.
yeah, we're looking at a clock match now.
Yeah, absolutely.
No finish for Harriet, so she's not going to attempt. It will be
Yeah,
Harriet
ties
Haynes
another red
using
up.
every second she can eke out of this match.
3-ball plant and smash the difficult one out. What do you
Yep.
reckon? Red, yellow, red?
Yeah, that's a shot. When you get down to this sort of time, it's not how, it's how many.
Absolutely.
England won't be bothered about the manner in which it's won, as long as the job's done and they're in tonight's semi-final.
Absolutely.
There they are, the England women's international side. Eyes firmly fixed on their teammate.
Not the greatest shot from Harriet there. Chance.
The thing is, it's going to have to be done at this visit, you feel.
Yeah. Yeah, it's getting to that time, isn't it?
By the time Sandra gets back to the table, it's going to be not much more than a minute.
No, and I think for me, I'd actually just start putting a couple of balls here for Harriet. Yeah, waste some more time. If you pot 2 more balls, you've won.
Absolutely right. Harriet knows this. She'll wait for the beats before she even gets down on her shot.
Yeah, absolutely. Pop this and play the cannon and you'll have another yellow to go at. Surprised by that shot, to be honest.
It's good enough though.
Yeah, absolutely, but just I think you could have just killed the clock completely.
Sandra Riley fine, but it's going to be in vain.
Yeah.
Just the final seconds now playing out, and it's going to be England that will go through to tonight's semi-final, there's no question. These are just the final formalities. Sandra's still playing on. Gonna make the most of being in the arena. And the match is over. As they shake hands, Harriet Haynes high-fives her teammates. England are through to tonight's semi-final. And a decent performance. And they're Ireland unlucky, they're not going to retain their title. Join us after the break for more action from Blackpool.
And England have their revenge. Through to the semi-finals of the World Team Shootout, vanquishing previous champions Ireland. Barbara Taylor and Megan Procton join us now. Perhaps congratulations, that was a much needed win, it feels like, just to set you up for the fortnight.
Yeah, I think so. I think the problem is the first round's always difficult, and in this format being so ruthless, I think it was important, and I think H got us off to a great start. Yeah.
And in terms of how you played, Megan, ruthless all weekend, 2 finals, and duck to water out there.
Yeah, I mean, I felt really comfortable out there. Like, it's completely different though, playing for your team, obviously. So I'm really glad that I played like that. But yeah, in the end there's no one else we would rather have had on than Harriet, I think. She managed that so well.
And in terms of the match, it was razor close all the way through. We thought it might be.
Yeah, I think the problem is obviously the superstars this last weekend, Megan, Harriet, have had table time on the match table, but I thought it was important.
Did you struggle a little bit out there, perhaps?
It was like playing on a skating ring. The whiteboard didn't stop. I felt like I was just waiting for it to stop. It was just no, I think now we've got the first match out of the way. But it was always going to be tight against Ireland. They're a quality side.
Yeah, and you had that experience yourself, Megan, when you first played out there this weekend. You were thinking exactly the same thing. It is just getting used to it.
Yeah, definitely, and it's a really hard format to get used to. You're going out for one frame and then you're sat down. So yeah, there was going to be some nerves from either side and a bit of edginess, but I think that's what makes this so exciting.
Absolutely. I wanted to ask, and we're in the shed now.
Right.
You're in the semi-final,
Yep.
so we can talk freely. Did you get away with one? Because it was borderline.
Yeah. There's been a bit of debate in the crowd, and I think it's a contentious one in terms of its personal opinion. I would say if you were on a normal table in a normal situation, you would probably have been screaming for a loss of frame. You're talking about Leanne's shot getting out the snooker with the black. But again, because she's not had the experience and been on this table, I'm sure she was expecting it to go a lot further than it did. So. It's a tricky one. Again, it's a bit like when you're arguing over offside, isn't it? You'll have half screaming saying yeah, and then the other half saying oh no. So I don't know.
Ultimately, it's a semi-final.
Yeah.
And that's plenty to be excited for. You've got some experience out there now.
Yeah.
All going for the trophy, I'm thinking.
Definitely.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, we're having it.
All right,
that's
fighting talk, and I love that, ladies. Okay, it's almost time to go to our next match. Scotland versus Wales is next on the agenda. And before we preview that, we spoke with Rachel Bowie, who is in fighting talk herself. Welcome to the World Team Shootout. You were the very first person to ever win a frame in this event last year, and you're back, and so are Team Scotland. How excited are you and the ladies to be back?
We're very excited for all of our team, in fact, apart from myself. I was the only one that's played in the Shootout last year, so for 5 of the girls it's a brand new experience. So they're excited, nervous, but they're going to have fun.
Absolutely, and it was such a fun event last year as well. Everyone bought into it. Is that almost the words you're passing on to your teammates? Is don't try and be too nervous, just go with it.
That's it, just go out and enjoy it. Keep your mind on a wee bit on the clock. I think that's what caught me out nearly last time, so that's what we've got to contend with, but it's just so much fun. Just go and enjoy it and have fun.
Wales first up for you in the quarterfinals, and players there, I'd imagine you're pretty used to playing at this stage. A good matchup. Yeah,
we've got on well with the Welsh girls, we know them all, and yeah, I'm sure we'll be serious enough that we obviously want to win, but I'm sure there'll be a bit of banter as well.
And that's what it's all about in the shootout, isn't it? And you guys are going to give as good as you get. And how good could this set you up for a big fortnight? It's right at the start of the fortnight of the World Championships. It's how we're raising the curtain on it. How good would it be to have a bit of a run?
Well, it would be great. It would be fantastic. And there's no reason why not. We've got fantastic players. Wales have got a good setup, but we're going out there to beat them, and we want to go far in this.
Best of luck, Rachel.
Thanks so much.
Well, lovely to hear from Rachel there, and joining me back in the studio, Simon and Amy, to preview this one. Scotland versus Wales is a great opportunity for one of these teams to make a semi-final.
Yeah, I think both teams will be really happy with the draw, how it's come out. They've avoided possibly some of the big hitters that are going to be favourite for the tournament. I think both of them will fancy the job against each other. It's going to be a tough one to call for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at the Scotland squad then. Rachel Bowie we've already heard from, but they've got some good players in there, in particular Nikki Comrie. They're going to have to lead the way.
Yeah, look, but I think the thing is Val Finney's come in, and I think it's a very solid player from her results on the Challenger. And most of this team were here last year. They've been out in a shootout before. I think this is a really tough match to call.
Yeah, and we've spoken about it a lot. You can't really put a price on that shootout experience specifically. And both of these teams did have that. We'll talk about Wales in a moment. We'll look at their squad, but they were on the opposite end of a loss to Morocco last year.
Yeah, I'm really with you. The experience of playing in these conditions in the main arena, with the clocks, with everything else that goes on. I mean, it's tough enough with team pool as it is, but the shootout elements to it as well. The experience is valuable. You see a lot of players, we've done a lot of shootouts now, and they don't take to it straight away. It takes a little bit of time to get used to it and embrace what it is, and I think that experience is huge.
Yeah, Wales just making their way in behind us, so let's take a look at their squad. Led by Sarah Coxon, who was a world finalist in the singles a couple of years ago. Dawn Zimbalati is a rock-solid potter under pressure, and she might need to be.
Yeah, I think Dawn could be important in this match. I think, like you said, it's the experience. I keep going back to it, but the experience of being out there is massive. And Dawn, in the least effective way possible, it makes me laugh watching Dawn. She wanders around the table, nothing bothers her. Get down, rolls and balls in. Brilliant to watch. And Yeah, she could be important in this
You'd
match.
have her quite out there quite early, would you? Just because she might be able to set the tone.
Yeah, look, I think you have to lead with Sarah.
Yeah.
But then I'd get Dawn out there, yeah.
And in terms of how this match dynamic works, we've talked about how important the table time has been maybe this weekend. Not a single player out there is going to have any of that.
Yeah.
So it really is a baptism of fire.
Yeah, I think get out there and kind of, I think especially for the players that go out there early in the first couple of frames, try and forget about everything else that's going on and just play a normal frame of ball. But I think this match is going to come down to the clock one way or another. So if you can get off to a good start, get yourself in front and then have something to protect, even if it's only 2-0 or 2-1 or 3-1, whatever it might be, just try and get yourself in front and then you can control the match and control the pace of the clock rather than being behind and having to chase.
This should be probably, we think, the closest quarter-final. Two teams who are right next to each other in terms of level. Let's find out who will go to the semi. It's next. Welcome back. It's time to get underway between Wales and Scotland, and you can enjoy it in the company of Simon Webb and Amy Beechan.
Here we go, Scotland getting themselves ready to go here in the World Team Shootout. Both teams have had experience of it previously, and they're both ready to go once again. Wales are going to lead off. Don't know who's won the lag yet, Amy, but we're about to find out.
Looks like Nikki's coming to the table, so yeah, Scotland to break.
This really is a tough match to call. I mean, shootout pool it tightens everything up anyway, but I can't predict a winner for this one at all.
No, nothing would be surprising here.
So nothing dropping on the break. Corinne Grattan's going to get the chance then for Wales immediately to set the tone here.
I think Corinne coming back to the Welsh team after a couple of years off. I'm not sure. She has played World Championships before. Not sure when the last time was. Nervy one to start with, I think that.
Yeah, difficult start. I feel like every frame here is going to feel like a really intense match.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm not expecting to see anybody come out here and fly and put together big finishes. I just think the situation and the environment lends itself to really gritty pool out there.
Yeah, fully agree. But this is a decent chance on yellows if the one by the black goes. One big shot and you've got a good chance. Nikki more than capable.
Team watch on.
Yeah, good shot. Very good shot.
Yeah, that turns it into a really good chance.
That cannon's worked out okay.
Only question mark really is the one on the break line, the one by the red. Can land middle of the table and maybe use the one top right to develop and take the one by the 8 ball. If you clear the one by the 8 ball, then that yellow goes. So
yeah, it does also go in the middle, I think, if you can get on it. That's gone wrong.
didn't want the cannon. Still has a shot. It's not easy.
No, difficult now to judge not just the pot but the cannon from the black, or if you can avoid the black. She's down pretty quickly, so.
Being on the straighter yellow really helped, but miss all the same. Big chance for Scotland goes. We're talking in the studio there on sort of what would Wales do. And are you at all surprised to see them send out Corinne first rather than send out Sarah in this situation?
Yeah, I think I'm a bit surprised for me, yeah, but I think maybe they will trust Corinne as someone with experience and has been putting the work in coming into the World. But Sarah is obviously a player that can go out there and intimidate people and take out ridiculous finishes at times. So, yeah, a little bit surprised, but Corin more than capable, and maybe saving Sarah for a tight situation down the line.
Yeah, Sarah will be up next. Sarah Coxon plays the next match, and then Dawn Cimbaletti follows. That's worked out okay. Left tricky balls, but
yeah, it's still one good pot, and they're there, aren't they?
Yeah.
But when you're out there for the first time in a shootout and you've got to nail the ball down the line, it looks impossible, doesn't it? I think.
how tough is team pool? I know you've not played in a world team shootout, but obviously you've been at the top of the game for a long time and highly decorated as an individual player. But when you did play team pool, how different did it feel in those frames?
Yeah, it is very different. I think if you take to it, some people prefer team pool to play singles because other people rely on you. It really can focus your mind.
Rein you in a little bit sometimes as well if you are
Not sure
more
about
attacking. No.
No, I think. Yeah, I think probably when you first start playing team pool, you do think like that. You need to play team shots. You need to almost go against your instincts. But actually, I think for me, you come to think that, in my mind anyway, there's a reason you're in the team, and it's your game that's got you in the team to start with. Everyone has a different role in the team. You've got players that go out and are aggressive and try and intimidate people, and then you've got your more steady players that tend to play towards the back end. It's all about the balance, isn't it?
Yeah. Big shot coming up then for Nikki. This is tough. The problem wasn't the pot. I mean, it was a tough pot, but if you just had to make it, you give it every chance, but had to force it to get onto the 8 ball.
I think that one was pressure more than anything, and a bit of tension because she seemed to overhit that rather than cue it. But again, for Corin, no easy starter, nothing nice to come to. But the yellow has gone safe, so a little bit of pressure off the first pot.
Doesn't even take on a pot, decides to play safe.
I don't. Yeah.
It was a free hit, wasn't it? To play the pot, and if you make it, then you're away. I think that's. You'd leave. I mean, I guess if you play the pot and you miss, you might leave sight of the yellow through the gap, but you can't do anything with that anyway.
No, and the thing is, you're only leaving a one-cushion snooker here, and Nikki, as long as she hits the ball, it's probably good chance she'll be in a better position than she has with the yellow now. So
agreed.
But again, nerves and pressure first time out there. It can stop you seeing it the right way, I think.
Oh, absolutely. Good hit from Nikki, but it hasn't gone in front of the red, so it is a really good chance because of that safety for Corinne. Now it's a case of just hold yourself together. Yeah. This is as good as it gets.
Yeah, you have to go now.
Yeah.
You have to. That'll feel good just putting the first ball.
Yeah,
even when it's over the bag, pot a ball and you feel better.
Key for this finish. I mean, as easy as it looks, the trickiest ball potentially is the 8 ball, depending on if you get on it nicely. So it's, for me, make sure you keep a red over right centre as your last ball, and then you're pretty much connecting the dots. Slightly awkward here. Obviously easy pot into right centre, but left centre might be the better ball.
No, I think if you play the inside one and hold the inside one of the two and just hold on the other one, you then play bottom right and come between the gap of the other two.
Camera angle there as well. That red does pass to the corner if you need to. It's not the full pocket, but the reason I like the one in the middle there was because it sort of takes that one kind of out the way, and everything's really simple. You just have to be in the middle all the time.
Yeah.
Hampered queuing, or it's half a pocket, whichever way round you like here. cue ball. No cue ball. Get the sense that she's so on edge out there that all the focus is on the pot and she's just dropping everything in because she's on edge.
Yeah, she doesn't look settled yet.
Yeah. Rather than just going out there and potting a ball and saying, I need to get to here.
Extension call.
Ask for an extra 15 here. Get one of those a frame. We are on a 30-second shot clock in the early part of the match. 15 for the final 10 minutes. I have a feeling this match will be won and lost in that final 10 minutes when it's very fast-paced. Overhit it. Now, does the yellow go? No.
Yeah, I think she's got away a little bit with that one because I think the beep started to get to her. There was a bit of shot clock pressure there.
Clearly see that it doesn't go. May not have anything else other than just trying to bump the yellow in front of the red and try and block off the pocket, which might leave itself for a loss of turn that could end up losing the frame because of it. But how would you come up with something aggressive from here?
If I was Emma, I'd be saying left middle. Just tried to bump it out and leave no shot, which she's done, but I think she'd like the yellow a little bit past the red, so it wasn't such an easy snooker.
I think she may have left the one into the right centre, which makes a big difference, because if you can pot the one to right centre, then you can get into here. I know that's the ball for the 8 ball, but 8 balls can still get on there.
Yeah. But not the perfect angle on either of them here to make it easy. You just need to commit fully to whatever shot you play here and make sure you cue it properly.
Take it the outside one. You need to make sure you come back across and get to the straight or past the straight. Get past the straight, you can play for the 8 ball in the middle. Get straight, 8 ball in the corner. And it's short of the straight, which means she should drop this in and get on the 8 ball, but it's going to be a long, awkward 8 ball for the frame.
Yeah, I mean, is the angle of the pot on the red pushing the yellow to the bottom cushion for a bit of security there?
Be a nice way of playing it, actually, if you felt confident enough just to punch into it and maybe knock it down there. It becomes a free hit on the 8 ball, or a freer hit. Oh, you called it. That's an excellent shot. The only disappointing thing there is she's just come a little bit further to the right-hand side, which means if she just rolls this in, you are leaving a thin clip on the yellow.
Yeah. But all you can do is concentrate on the pot here and fully commit. Don't think about missing.
Yeah, don't worry about what you leave. Make the pot.
Nothing to do with the white, obviously, so just roll it in.
Great shot to see the teammates in the background. And in it goes.
Great finish.
What an 8 ball that is. And she just rolled it in, leaving the yellow on. That was brave. And she has got her team on the board. And as exactly as we thought, very much. One frame felt like a match out there. But Corinne Grattan gets the win. Hands it over to Sarah Coxon, former World Championship runner-up of a couple of years ago.
And I think that'll be a big frame for Corinne. I think she looked nervous early on, took her a while to settle, but then to take those balls out at the end, I think it'll do her a world of good and settle her down. And
yeah, she sort of settled in a little bit. You still felt it was on edge, but it sort of, the pot started getting cleaner, and she just wanted to float everything in all the way through. Wales will have the break with Sarah Coxon. Val Finney up for, for Wales, Val Finney up for Scotland. Oh, complete miss hit. Complete miss hit, but still got the 8 ball tracking a little bit. Possibly just reaching back for a little bit too much power, completely misstruck.
And you don't, I think once you settle on this table, you almost instinctively take a bit off the brake because they do split so well on this arena table.
Quality of contact more important than power.
Yeah, agree. Val Finney, not someone I know. I think she's new to the Challenger Series this year, but seeing some of her results, I expect there to be a player here. I think she'll be able to do well.
She's got herself a very tough layout here on yellows. Those 3 on the right-hand side, not inviting, but going straight after it.
Yeah, sensible.
The plant's a pretty good option because if you make the plant, then you're in good position to continue to go. If you don't, you're not leaving anything good on. Those 3 reds at the top are, well, certainly 2 of them are very awkward, and you're going to cause a mess at the bottom if you miss the plant. Yeah, that will do. That's almost played in such a way that wasn't really thinking about making the ball. It was to open up the yellows and contain, which she's done well.
Sarah will always look to be aggressive, so I don't think we're in for quite as long a frame here. This one could be over pretty quickly either way.
Time pressure. 8 balls flying. That 8 ball's going to squeeze in the top left, you know.
What actually happened there?
I mean, in the end, it's an unbelievably good shot.
Yeah.
I mean, played with a split second to spare. Unbelievable shot. Question then turns, does the red pass the yellow to top right? If it does, that might enable you to deal with the reds together. But let's have another look at this. I still don't know what happened, and I've watched it on replay.
A clue. I think the shot here is the double on the one on the bulk line, past the yellow. Try and move the yellow out on the opposite corner.
Trying to squeeze this in. Yeah, that blocks off the... No effort to make the ball there. That was all about blocking it. But she's done well. Not easy to play a loss of turn on that ball either. And it's still... I think you might just be able to get to it if you're Reds. So all of a sudden, looks very tricky out there for Scotland.
This isn't too bad, I don't think. Now that if you pot this ball at the bottom and you play the slide up the rail and big bag, I think this is a chance.
Could have done with being a few more feet down the table there.
Yeah.
Double, go into it.
Can you avoid the enough?
That's okay.
Yeah. It gets you another shot.
Yeah, and the yellow hasn't moved far enough that you can still play the shot that you were talking about. So it must have been touching ball. Sarah's just played away.
I think this is a chance though, isn't it? To go, and it's tough, but I think it goes in the opposite corner.
Yeah, and I think you've got to play it, because if you don't make it, you're going to take the pocket with it, which is going to slow things down. I know the loss of turns available, but you're not immediately going to lose off the back of it.
No.
And there's no, you know.
Yeah, what's the alternative?
What's the alternative? Yeah, she's not seen it though. She's coming down the table. Chance for Sarah to go then.
One she will definitely take. How accessible is the red over the bag?
May well be on it now.
Yeah.
Which is ideal. Oh, that's a push shot.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. One of those, just looks completely wrong as a player, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Sort of would have felt wrong. Sarah would have known straight away. And that's a big moment in this match. It's done well to drop.
Impressed with Val here, considering I think this is her first Scotland, not just her first shootout. So it's very settled, very confident. Good cue action.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's been a very tough layout with those 3 yellows on the side. And I think she's worked it well. Every shot she's tried to progress her chances. And that little bump is ideal.
Yeah, she's played some very intelligent shots.
Yeah, agreed. And she does complete the victory. And we're all square at 1-1. Nicely played frame from Val Finney. And we shouldn't be surprised, should we? We've seen 2 matches so far, both of them won by the odd frame. It was tight all the way through the first 2 matches, and it's tight all the way here as well. I think we're going to see a 6-red shootout in this afternoon session. This could be the one.
Yeah. Yeah, this, as we said, this game is impossible to call. 2 teams that are on paper very, very evenly matched.
Also worth pointing out, following this, we've got a couple more quarterfinals this afternoon. Australia taking on New Zealand, and we then have Northern Ireland against the world team champions France. I think dropping here for Scotland, so first chance in frame 3 will go to Wales and Dawn Simbalati. Two for one.
Yeah, she wouldn't have wanted to pop the yellow over the bag though, with the yellow at the top of the table. Might have seen that as a bit of an insurance policy. Still not sure how you deal with the yellow at the top of the table that's tied up with the red.
I think she's going to worry about that when she gets there. She's just mopping these ones up at the bottom, and then the 8 ball's a problem. It's sort of, it's one of those visits where if you're sat in your chair, you're like, you keep going, you keep potting them. I like what you're doing.
Chance for Karen.
Much better chance as well. Anything that's tricky about the layout from here is you've got to take the one over the pocket first and then work yourself back around to the one on the cushion.
Yeah, it's all about the shot, isn't it? If you get the angle on the one in the bulk area, it's fine. You can even take it now, I think. You should get the bag if you don't.
Yeah, there's definitely some percentages in taking it now. Could take the other one to top left and get better on it. That's how you're feeling out there.
Yeah, the 2 yellows together look like they've gone awkward, so I think this is a bit of a free visit whichever way you decide to go.
Oh, don't want to move those. But it's worked out okay. tempted to play the one top right still.
Yeah,
You know it's a tougher pot, but float it in and you're going to win the frame off it.
Yeah.
If it doesn't drop, you've still got equity in the frame. Dawn in the background, praying for another chance.
It's a very good shot. Just cue this one nicely to come back for the black.
Very good visit this.
Yeah.
8 ball to seal it here. And it goes. What a visit there.
I think she enjoyed that.
Absolutely. Why wouldn't you? Brilliant visit to the table. Karen Mowatt gets the victory for Scotland and gives them the advantage. 2 straight to turn around the 1 frame deficit and give them the margin. Dawn was chasing a bad finish there. I don't know whether that would have been her normal way of going if she was playing an individual tournament, or she was just maybe a little bit too aggressive with a really tough layout and made it easier for Scotland, but take nothing away from Karen. Fabulous finish.
I think for Dawn it went wrong in the very first shot, knocking the ball in over the pocket meant she felt she had to go, and like you said, in the end it left the chance for Karen, who took him out perfectly.
Kirsty Shepherd steps up for Wales. Cue ball very close. Stays on the table.
Kirsty new to the international scene, but a very, very solid, experienced player at kind of county level. I know Sarah has been trying to get Kirsty to come and play for the Wales team for a long time, and she's finally been able to make the commitment. So very good player, just about how she settles, but a very good first shot to give herself a chance.
Into the second half of the match here. This frame feels huge. 2 frame advantage or all square. One hand then for Kirsty. You have to say, a very inviting visit to tie these scores up.
Clear the 2 at the top and then look to play the plant on the yellow on the right hand side. Personally would have wanted to be a bit straighter on this, but it's still very makeable. Just going to be a bit careful about where the first yellow goes.
She doesn't like it. I think she's got to play it.
Yeah, I mean, the only other option is to pot the one with the red and then try and leave the yellow for a big bag for your last shot, but I think the plant is still a shot. But it's just about judging you kind of want to hit the red and yellow at the same time.
Got the cushion first. If you're going to play that cushion first, you've got to hit it. Make sure you hit it right into the cushion. Right in between. Interesting leave though for Rachel here.
Right, for me, I think the shot is to play the loss of turn actually on the other yellow and try and hold the white to snooker on the 2 yellows together. Try and make Kirsty pot the yellow.
Oh, that's a great result. That's fantastic. That's okay. For a second I thought it was going to stick on the yellow, but it's fine.
It's a little bit of a touchy one here if you're nervous where they're so close together, but she looks pretty comfortable out there.
Didn't quite get up far enough. Interesting, put an extension on and then gripped right down the cue and didn't use the extension. Something in that must have been a reason why. Double doesn't land.
It looked tight as to whether it went, didn't it, past the red.
This looks very delicate.
Yeah, this is a big shot if you're playing this in the middle. I think I was just playing for the one over the middle.
Yeah.
Off.
That shows it
shot.
there. Very little pocket, very awkward plant. Yeah, and went between the two, but the outcome is okay. Kirsty can see a bit of the 8 ball here, but not a lot you can do with it. The only disappointing thing here for Rachel is it's knocked a red onto the cushion.
I think you're just happy you've not left anything after you've missed, haven't you?
Yeah.
You
You
take it. Good hit.
So she obviously couldn't see an edge. Oh, and the cube on hand makes a big difference. You can put yourself right on that bad ball, or you should be able to get there anyway with the red over the pocket, but have you been tempted to leave that one over? The reason I say that, it would have been my connection to the 8 ball. I think I'd either left both of them or that one and then dealt with the 2 at the top. She's come back too far anyway for comfort.
Yeah, the only thing I would say, I think maybe slightly awkward queuing, putting yourself on the 1 on the rail.
Yeah, true.
But if you'd left a wider angle potentially.
She's going to get away with it.
Yeah, I think a bit of nerves out there for Rachel. The first shot, obviously she overhit a bit.
This time, the chance is there.
Yeah.
Wide open. Yeah, looks as though that might be the last chance that Kirsty gets in the shootout.
Nice cannon.
Just the perfect time to go 3-1 up as you just turn into the last 10 minutes, and that's what Rachel has here. Looks edgy on it.
Yeah. Played it well.
You can tell she was a little bit worried about going too far and then sort of resetting on the shot.
Yeah.
I feel the tension in here. I really do.
I think it's difficult sometimes when you watch.
Oh, I made the 8 ball and the cue ball for good measure. Oh dear. Disappointment for Scotland, huge disappointment for Scotland. It's a gift for Wales. And it's 2-2, and it should be 3-1.
Yeah, you just had to play that plain ball, didn't you? There was no need to screw the ball in.
Yeah, I thought she'd played the first shot okay. He'd got a little bump, and I thought he'd left her straight in the middle, but there was more angle, and that's what got her edgy. Teammates console her. They're still right in it. That's what they got to tell themselves. They're still absolutely right in it here. It's only 2-2.
Are we going to see a shootout?
Are we? That's the big question. Just saw Neil Toms there, our tournament director. The reason he's there, he's asking for the team's lineups for the second part of the match. Frames 6 to 10. You have to nominate your first 5 players and then you can re-nominate.
So it's not just subs, you can put anyone in any
You can change
order.
your order. It's
Right,
completely,
okay.
you know, those squads that have more than 5 players could change it up, put someone in, the squads with 5.
Good first shot from Mo, and a decent chance on yellows here.
Wales will be so buoyed by that last frame. They know that they should have lost it.
Yeah.
And you know, thinking about, they would have all been sat in there thinking, how are we going to get back in this from 2 behind with 10 to play? And all of a sudden it's like, okay, let's put up a good frame here, and all of a sudden we're in the driving seat.
Renee, not someone I've seen before, and a little bit of a nervy first shot.
Do you think the nerves go from player to player as well? I mean, that feeling when you're watching your teammate out there, and you can tell they're feeling it, as Rachel was in the previous frame. You know, Renee would have been sat there watching that, thinking, okay, if we get 3-1 up, maybe she can go out there a little bit more composed. But at 2-2, all of a sudden, all the pressure for our whole country is on her shoulders.
Yeah, I really think it does. It's similar to how straight. I mean, logically it shouldn't, should it? Because you're a different person, different ways of dealing with things. But it's the same in a team match with momentum. You know, if you've got a team if you've been well ahead and a team comes back at you and someone's missed something they shouldn't, you seem a lot more likely to also do the same thing than you would in just a normal sort of situation. Yeah, it does definitely play a part.
It's more what happens between the ears, I think, in this game.
Absolutely.
They can all play, but they're it's just tough to play your best game in this environment. It really is.
Good shot, that'll settle her down.
Big shot coming up. I think you can just drop the red in and still be on the red to right centre, so just make the pot. And in the side of the pocket, which helps as well. That was an excellent couple of shots. And I think the 8-ball does go bottom left. Oh no, no. Scotland giving it away here. What a shame for Renee. That was a brilliant visit to the table to that moment. Possibly the moment when you start to think about the celebration you're about to have with your teammates here. It doesn't come.
A little bit straighter than she would have wanted on the yellow, but should still be fine.
Just about gets there. For a second it would look like it was going to be awkward. Certainly making her think, but she'll be fine. Well, we've got an 8-ball battle for the lead here. Oh, how about it?
Wow.
Renee Mitchell with a hammer. Smashes it home, makes up for the mistake earlier in the frame and re-gives Scotland the lead. Last frame, it was Scotland that were devastated with the mistake. This time it's Wales. They should have won the frame. They should be in front. Now they're behind. And we're at the halfway point in terms of the match, in terms of frames, which means we are at that point where they can change their order, and Wales have changed their order. They've pushed Sarah Coxon up the order. She's going to go up next. Nikki Comrie for Scotland, who started off in the very first frame. Both players lost their opening frame as well.
Do you think in a strange way, if you're new and you're nervous, that the 15 seconds can actually almost help you because you don't get a chance to think?
Yeah, you can't stand there, you know, for an ace, you can't stand there and go, oh, think about you know, that tough 8 ball for 30 seconds or 45. You're just like, I've got 15 seconds, I've just got to got down and smash it. Yeah. Keep an eye on the match clock, 5:20 left. And because of that, for me, Nikki's just got to be mindful, not chase a bad finish. I'm not saying don't go for it, but don't chase it and make it easy. 5 minutes is a long time to run the clock down, but make it awkward. On the other side of that, though, you make a finish, you're all but home and hosed.
Awkward now if she's not quite on the one by the black.
There's some awkward yellows here, though, for Sarah Coxon. This isn't an inviting chance to get all square.
You can go straight in here, can't you? Cut the one back in the draw. She missed the cannon, but there was a chance to develop the ones on the other side instead.
Yeah, she did open up a ball, just not the one she was expecting to. Oh, what a pop that is. It's not going to help her. Digging a pretty big hole here.
Yeah, but if anyone can pull a shot out to get out of a hole, Sarah would be one of the players that was up there.
She's eyeing up yellow cushion, red in, open up the pocket. And in the end, just floated it to block the pocket. Delicate loss of turn would take control, but I'd be a little bit worried about the double kiss not making it. And then just potted it clean, hoping to make that off the yellow to open up the pocket.
Yeah.
I've got to stop sitting here and calling safety shots, to be honest. Everyone wants just to pop balls.
Well, safety's overrated, isn't it? I mean, I am with you on this one in that I'm not sure what good putting balls does do here, because the one by the yellow looks tough and you can't run the clock.
Oh, and it's not opened it up again. Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, if you leave all your reds and play the loss of turn there, you've got 2.5 minutes to run the clock down, and that can fly away.
Yeah. Still maybe try the loss of turn now, screw into the yellow and just leave it white there and awkward, or would you just tie it up?
Yeah, I think I would. Yeah. Nikki agrees, and that's a different shot than the shot I think I'd play if I was playing an individual frame. I just think because of the situation, because of the pressure, you're asking a lot here of Sarah Coxon. She's delivered though. Like I was hanging over the pocket, just pumped it in off the other yellow. Big ball, does it go? Don't think so.
Double.
There you go. What have we got left? 1.5 minutes. If she doesn't make this 8 ball.
There is even an argument for the skill shot with a bit of safety in mind here.
Gone for the double. Nailed the double.
Wow.
What a shot from Sarah Coxon. You said she's a shot maker. She has delivered. And she has got her team back into it from the brink. How about this? Incredible. And, well, we've got just over a minute to play. And, well, every chance we're going to see our first 6-red shootout of the tournament.
And how does the shootout work? I know it's nominate 2 or next players on, or...
In this situation, because we're not going to get to 5-5, if it does end up as a shootout, there'll be a nominated player for each team that will play with a Scotch doubles shootout with the next player on the list, which I can tell you, Val Finney and Dawn Simbalati are the 2 players next on the list. Don't know who the nominated will be. I suspect Sarah Coxon for Wales.
Yeah.
Possibly Nikki Comrie for Scotland, you'd think.
Yeah, the only thing I would say is Nikki, I think, has lost both her frames now, hasn't she? I do think she's Scotland's best player, but Karen played very well in her first frame.
I can tell you it is Nikki Comrie, actually.
Okay.
I have confirmation of that.
So do they have to nominate the shootout player before the match?
Yes, and it is Sarah Coxon. So if we end up at the shootout, which
we're
going to
shootout, yeah,
it will be Sarah Coxon and Dawn Simbalati, Nikki Comrie and Val Finney. Penny for their thoughts right now. What a match this has been. Just the drama of every match has been, every frame has been gritty and tough. But that moment from Sarah Coxon is going to take us to the extra time and the shootout. Karen wanted to carry on. She wanted to try and finish them off. You can't. The clock has gone. And it finishes all square here in the quarterfinal, which means we are going to extra time. Well, Karen's staying out there, but it won't be her to play. I think they're just working out exactly what's going on right now. You've been involved in 6 red shootouts, Amy.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for the reminder.
Yes. Well, to be fair, last season it was the only way anyone could beat you. But that aside, how are people feeling when they're
sure
right
I like
before
that
going?
comment either, by the way. But awful. I hate this because it's dictated by the break, and it's such a hard shot to get right. And then composure when you've got to move at speed is so difficult. Never done a doubles one. So, yeah.
I feel like at least you're out there with somebody. You've got somebody for support. But I mean, could you imagine doing it for your team and for your country? That would be.
No, I'm all right here. Thank you. Very happy to not be out there right now.
Let me ask you though about the decision that they're going to have to make. Obviously, if whoever wins the lag gets to decide whether they go first or second. We've seen the evolution with Ultimate Pool, with players starting off. It was almost 80% of players would want to go first and set the time. We've seen now in the professional game, players are go second and chase the time. Players are now preferring to set the time. I don't know what would be best in this situation.
I think for me, you kind of revert back to the early days where you want to know what you're aiming for. I get the transition sort of in the pro game because the amount of work they probably put into it, how good they are now and setting the time and expecting to go out and get a fast time. But I think when you are new to it, it sort of goes back to the beginning stages of I would want to go second.
Yeah, I think going second, it only works now in the pro game if your opponent has a really bad go, but the minute your opponent sets as it is in the pro game now, the early 20s, then it's going to take some beating. But I think here, put your opponents in and have every chance.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, Scotland have won the lag and they are going to go first, which is a really interesting decision. Just being told the rules and regs here by our referee, Scott Price.
I do not get the impression from Dawn's face that she's thrilled to be out there right now.
Yeah. I think, no disrespect meant to Dawn here, I think she's a fantastic player, but I don't think she's the player that if they could have picked 2 players from their squad that they would want to be in this situation.
No, and I think Dawn, I think Dawn would fully appreciate that. I think she very much likes to play at her own pace, and yeah, I'm not sure she wants to be out there from her facial expression.
I do think going second would help help Wales here. I really do, because they've not done it before. Doing it in this environment, it's difficult to set a good time. And what often happens when you go first is you over rush, and you try to set a really quick time, and it goes wrong, and all of a sudden you end up setting something silly like a minute. And then Wales can just control themselves and take their time, as strange as it sounds, in a 6-red shootout, and make sure and win it that way. So for me, Scotland really need to set about 30 seconds here to ramp the pressure up. You can see she wasn't in position. Val Finney was right at the back of the arena.
And this is a bit of an experience here. Pop the one over the back.
Yeah.
You're not in a normal frame, but this is a chance to do a decent time here.
Yeah, they're still okay.
Yeah. Karen getting excited in the crowd.
Yeah, hush over the arena as well.
Yeah.
Wait for the cue ball. Okay, mind your work here and set mid-30s. That wouldn't be bad. Oh, it would have been good to make the combo there.
Yeah.
Val should get round. She should already be in position.
Oh. Bit of adrenaline, I think, moving the white on that shot.
Okay, 43-11. We'll get confirmation on the 43-11, but for me, that's just outside where they needed to be. Now, obviously, those of you who've been watching an awful lot of Ultimate Pool, you'll have seen around the sort of early 20s, but you've got to remember that is the pro game. The quickest times we've seen in the women's game is around 30 seconds. 43 as a pairs is outside of where they want to be, but also they're not out of this.
No, look, given the situation, I think this is competitive. I think this is close.
If I was in Team Scotland right now, I would have wanted it to be 35-30.
I'd have wanted it to be 20,
well,
but
20
actually,
nice,
realistically, I wouldn't be too unhappy. I think they're well in this. I don't think you're looking at any doubles pairing really in this situation that's not done it before. It's going to be brand new, high pressure.
Yeah.
I think this is a competitive time.
The one thing that Wales have in their favour is 43-24 is confirmed as the official time. It is that when it is a 40-second time, just have to make sure and don't miss a pot.
Pot the one in the middle. Pot the.
They've got time just to not miss.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I'm with you. Pot the one in the middle, and then it pops them open, because now there's no shot here for Dawn.
Play the top one, and they're all open.
That needed to go. Just play. You don't have to wait for the red. Yeah, that's fallen. They're still in this. Just.
Not now.
Oh,
Not
that
now.
miss could hurt them, though.
Yeah, and Dawn, again, a bit of an experience away from the table.
And they now know they cannot do it from here. Scotland are going to be into the semi-finals. Wales come up short. They fought hard to get themselves into the shootout, but they come up short, and Scotland have got the job done, and they move on. And they'll play England in the semi-finals later on. What a match. Plenty more to come.
My hands are shaking.
All right, welcome back into the studio, and as you just heard, the hands are still shaking for Rachel and Karen. Guys, congratulations, you're through. That's the most important thing. How are the nerves?
Shot.
Yeah, especially I think when my game, unfortunately, I let myself down badly, and when we got to that shootout there, I was just praying that we would win it. So we're absolutely delighted. Well done to the girls, all the girls.
Yeah, and you've got to be so pleased with how the girls stepped up in that shootout.
Yeah.
I love the way that they put themselves into bat. They said, right, we'll set the time.
Yeah.
And it was the right strategy in the end.
Yeah, it seemed to work for us, and you know, we're here to rattle some bones, aren't we?
Yeah,
that's
we
what
sure
we're
are.
here to do.
We are.
So, but yeah, well pleased with that. Really chuffed.
Delighted, yeah.
Yeah.
How did the atmosphere compare to last year, for example? You were part of that team, and it looked like it was even more turned up this time.
Yeah, it was great. It's nice to have the crowd behind you, and the atmosphere's good when it's like that, and it certainly spurs us on as well, and it's very exciting. Yeah.
Would you have rather played in the Six Red Shootout or watched it? What was more nerve-wracking, do you think?
Oh, I definitely wanted to watch it more. Definitely.
Well, guys, look, congratulations. You're through to the semi-finals. We cannot wait to see you later on, and we will see you later on because we've got another match up on deck. We go over to Oceania as Australia take on New Zealand, and I caught up with the Aussie captain yesterday. Welcome to the World Team Shootout. Big event coming up today, and so much anticipation around it. How excited are you and the Aussie girls to be a part of it?
Absolutely, we're looking forward to it. We've played one shootout at our national titles last year and we had a great time. So yeah, we're really excited to be involved in a shootout this year.
And in terms of this event, we know what to expect when it comes to all the nonsense that can go on. It's a brutal format. As a player, how difficult is that to play in?
Yeah, it is difficult because you have to go fast. You're obviously aware of the shot clock and the match clock. And yeah, you need to be right on your game, otherwise you're going to get blown away off the table.
Well, hopefully that doesn't happen for you this time around. But I wanted to ask you a little bit about your team. It's you've got loads of experience in these World Championships, but quite a fresh-looking team for you.
Yeah, it is for sure. We've got Temple Larkins. She's just been one time. She came to Ireland 2 years ago, and the rest, besides myself, obviously, have never been. We've got a new girl, Kate. She's a 9-ball player predominantly, but she played her first nationals last year, entered the ultimate pool this weekend and won a match and went 7-5 with Emma Cunningham. So she's quite excited and looking forward to it. And then we have 3 newbies, a Queensland state champion, and we have an experienced player from WA and then another player from South Australia who's played a couple of nationals. So we're not sure how they're going to go. Hopefully they'll live up to their own expectations and enjoy themselves whatever happens.
Yeah, and that's the key thing for Australia. It's about enjoying it because, Si, as you join us back in the studio, it's such a huge commitment to be here, and for both them and their opponents, it is about making the most of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously, it's a long, long way to come. You know, the rewards in the sport aren't as much as everyone would like them to be. So to make the commitment to come over here and to compete in the World Championships year in, year out, as Australia tend to do, it is really tough. And obviously, it's great to see New Zealand coming over here as well. We don't see enough of them, and it's a shame in a way they've been drawn against each other in this tournament. But I hope they both go out there and really enjoy the experience.
Yeah, and that's what it's all about. So I mentioned that we've not seen New Zealand in a while. I can tell you it's been 25 years since we've had a New Zealand presence in the World Championships. Not before long, they are leading the way back, and they are dead excited to do so. Here's their skipper. Well, welcome to the World Team Shootout. How good does that sound?
Oh, amazing.
It's been such a long time since we've had a New Zealand team in the World Championships. Full 25 years at my count, and how special a moment is this to have a Kiwi team back in the World Championships?
Well, for most of us that are playing, we wouldn't have been playing pool 25 years ago. So we feel like we are breaking ground for New Zealand pool, and that was why it was really important for us to get a team together to come.
And in terms of today, it's the shootout, which is hugely exciting. I know you're familiar with its work, so to speak, but how excited are you to actually be a part of it and play in it?
Oh, I'm really excited. I'm a really quick pool player. People have said to me, you can read a table really quickly, which is something you have to have in the shootout. So I'm really excited. I'm not worried about even when it gets to the 15-second clock shot. That's really cool. That's really exciting, intense, and yeah.
Well, isn't it funny though that you've come halfway across the world and your first opponents are your next door neighbours?
Yes, I know. It was supposed to be Morocco, but unfortunately they haven't turned up. And so we've come 24 hours on a plane to play Australia. but that's okay.
But absolutely, I mean, for us, it's a great sort of local derby, if you like. And do you know a few of the Aussie girls?
Oh, I know 2 of them. I have been to Australia before to play in a pool tournament, so it's nice that there's that familiarity, and there's always a lot of banter between New Zealand and Australian sport, I can tell you. Heaps.
Well, that's what we like to hear, and we can't wait to hear it a little bit later on as well. In terms of the team, what's been the vibe like? Are they all sharing your excitement? Are they all just itching to get out there?
Oh, yeah. So none of us ever kind of dreamed we would be in this place. And when the opportunity came along, it's like, I'm turning this dream into a goal and I'm going to make it happen. So I was quite instrumental in making sure we had the players because of the short notice, along with the cost to get here. You know, I knew it was going to be a big ask. I knew all bar one of the girls. So I moved from the South Island in New Zealand to the North Island. And so my current North Island partner is in the team, and the girl I used to partner with when I played in the South Island is also in the team. Yeah,
all
so
the
all
islands
good
together.
friends.
Yeah, it's what this sport is all about. It's about that teamwork and it's about that camaraderie. What's the feeling going to be like when you're walking out into the arena tomorrow, do you think?
Oh, we're just going to go for it. You know, when you come in as, I don't think there's much doubt that we're coming in as the underdogs. We've never played in this format before. So we have got absolutely nothing to lose.
Well, nothing to lose is the vibe for New Zealand, and what a brilliant interview from Claire, the New Zealand captain, who is truly so excited to be here, and that energy is infectious. They've just won the lag out in the arena, they celebrated that like they've won the match. They're here for a good time.
Oh, absolutely, and if it's going down to support, then they've got it. There's a big team of support behind them. This should be a very good match because of that.
It certainly should be, and it's live when we return.
Welcome back to Blackpool. Women's World Team Shootout. The Australian inflatable mascot. What a game we've got here. Australia versus New Zealand. They've flown an incredible amount of miles to play each other here in England. I'm Tony Holgate, and I've got a legend of the women's game joining me, Barbara Taylor, England captain. How are we?
Not too bad, thank you, Tony.
Into the semi-finals tonight?
We are indeed, yeah. Yeah, tough game against the defending champions. So, yeah, it's been a great day so far. The girls are absolutely loving it. The atmosphere is electric out there. Lots of support, lots of noise.
There's Claire Shanahan, the New Zealand captain, and a bit of fun there.
I think it's great to see. This is the first time we've seen New Zealand at the World Championship, so it'll be great to see, because obviously they're an unknown quantity, but it'll be great to see what they can bring to the table.
Yeah, it's been a long, long time. They did send a men's team in 1993.
Wow.
The very, very first year.
Uh-huh.
But didn't send a lady, so this is the first time we've seen a women's New Zealand side.
I think
it's great for the game.
I think it's testament to how the ladies' game's growing at the moment. It's accelerating at a great rate, and the improvement in quality is accelerating. I mean, obviously in this scenario today, there's an awful lot of the one-frame shootout side of team pool makes it a little bit nervy and a little bit edgy, so it may appear at times to come across a little bit scrappy, but it's the pressure of that team environment that does it, isn't it?
Yeah, and there's a lot of players that are not quite so used to playing in the main TV arena. Your team is one of the exceptions with so many top-class players.
But even myself, my frame, I was laughing. I was just waiting for the whiteboard to stop rolling. It's like playing on a skating rink. It's very fast out there, and it's not what we're used to. And like you say, my team, I've got players who have reached the latter stages in the Ultimate Pro Series, so they've had table time on it. But yeah, it's very rapid.
Yeah, Harriet and Megan, the two. Megan making both finals.
Yeah. Great weekend.
Incredible achievement. Very unlucky not to land one of them. But this is Kate Harrison from Australia.
Again, there's a few names in the Australian ladies' team this year that I don't recognise. Obviously, they've still got Garv as their, Karen Winter as their team manager, and obviously welcoming back Lyndall.
Lyndall Vine,
yeah.
Yes, indeed. Lyndall knows what it takes to play for your country.
At the highest level, yeah, definitely.
Absolutely.
To be fair though, very similar to England, the whole setup that Australia have, it's so well run, and when they do their qualification for internationals at their nationals, the number of players that they have to fight off to be able to qualify to represent their country means that it doesn't matter, just because we may not know the name, they are more than capable, and they're high quality players who've come through a really tough field. So I think whoever plays Australia are going to be in for a tough match.
I think it's fair to say Australia as a nation of sports people in general are very competitive at anything they play. They give it their all.
Yeah.
You know, if you look at any sport in the world, Australia are there and thereabouts at the business end of anything.
Yeah.
Olympics. You know, even the football teams come on leaps and bounds. You know, obviously they've been great. Rugby, everything.
Yeah. I think I remember reading, I think it was years ago, they used to try to do a lot of the schools of excellence. If you showed a sporting prowess at a certain age, then they would basically allow you to specialise in that sport to take it further and push it. But I don't know whether that's still in place now, but all I know is that no matter what they do, they've got that strong competitive edge to them, and they're proper battlers as well. They don't give up.
No. Very strong in the mind department. Going to have to come through a very tough part of the draw though, should they manage to dispatch their neighbours New Zealand. The next match-up, the last quarter-final, France, Northern Ireland.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, the draw is seeded. It is a seeded draw. But yeah, we've definitely, the England ladies have definitely had the nicer half of the draw.
Still the Old Firm derby later tonight though, isn't it? England-Scotland.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
Well, the old enemy, I should say, the Old Firm derby is Glasgow Celtic versus Rangers.
Yeah.
But yeah.
No, I think we always have some good battles with Scotland. And again, in this format, I know it sounds silly. If it was later on in the week, I think if you went to a bookie, you'd say, oh well, England ladies in the round robin or in the team section would beat them. But that's a lovely shot. But in this format and the pressure that's on it and the arena and everything else that comes with it, anything can happen. But hopefully Claire can capitalise on this.
Well, very nice pot there. Cue ball helped off a couple of jaws, but she's going to take it, and this would be a great start for New Zealand.
Yeah.
Wait for the eruption.
Brilliant.
Great response there from New Zealand's captain, Claire Shanahan. She high-fives with her teammates, and it's New Zealand who draw first blood here.
I don't think that smile could get any bigger, could it?
No, it couldn't.
And there's team manager, there's Gov with the sunglasses on there. Emigrated to Australia. Oh.
Well, I always remember her as one of the England greats in the very early days.
Yeah,
she was England captain for years, wasn't she?
She used to play for London, lived in London, played for London, but emigrated out to Australia. I don't know. I think quite possibly 20 odd years ago.
Well, you think about it, you've got Lyndall Vine there. She's married to Stacey Vine, and he played for England back in 1993 at the very first World Championships.
Yeah.
Obviously, that's when they met here. Well, not actually, Manchester then.
Yeah.
But the rest was history.
Yeah.
Stacey went out there to see her, and he ended up staying, married her.
Yeah.
And he's now playing for Australia seniors.
Yeah, he's got his citizenship, and he's earned his stripes now, just like Gov has.
Anyway, this is Ros Johnson from Australia. She's up against Maxine Soul.
They've had to wait for a week for that white ball to stop spinning, haven't they?
Anyway, it's Maxine at the table. First opportunity. What
what a great story, that your first time coming to the World Championships, you arrive and then you find out that you're going to be playing live, you know, after so many years of you know, the ladies not having the coverage. What a great time to pop in.
Absolutely. Well, the game's been elevated to a new level, I think, now with the ultimate pool, and just the way the women's game's also been transformed as well. They've got their own professional circuit. And
I've said this before on comms, there's something to play for now. Before, you'd be lucky if you had 4 or 5 events a year, so why would you be practicing all the time when you've only got a handful of events that offer nothing from them? And you'd just put the work in for the weeks leading up to, and there's winner from last night, Jake McCartney.
Yeah, Jake McCartney there from Australia, won Ultimate Pool Pro event number 6 last night.
Yeah,
fabulous performance.
Yeah, he played really well against Declan Brennan. I actually watched most of that match, and couldn't have been won by a nicer guy, to be honest with you.
No, he is a great guy.
Yeah. But yeah, the ladies have now got something to work for, and I think it's showing.
It is the strength ever increasing. Bit of a scrappy frame here, Barbara.
Again, I think it's difficult. I think I'll bet you any money if you were to pop in and watch one of the matches, or when Australia and New Zealand play in the week, the standard and the quality will be completely different. I think both of these players, it's completely new to them, and again, people watching have to acknowledge that and allow for that, if you get what I mean. And the balls aren't helping it. The balls are making it scrappy the way they are.
Yeah, it sort of landed like that from the break. That's some
great
pot
shot.
there.
That's a great shot
from Ros Johnson.
And the problem with these scrappy frames in this format is it can eat away at the clock. It can quite easily take 10 minutes out.
It's probably better that it hung there.
She'll take it.
And what can Maxine Sol do with these? No real yellow to go out apart from this up into the top right hand corner, but you're freeing up 2 reds.
It's a lovely shot.
I'll tell you what, if the game wasn't so scrappy with the balls, I think we'd see some blockbuster potting.
Yeah.
Always away knocking the big long pot and then missed the easier one.
I can't complain. I missed a back like that the other day.
I did see. I was here.
Shocking. I think when I packed, I left my cue arm at home. I really need to pull my finger out. Well, at least that's developed things a little bit. I think she'll be able to develop the yellow and the red that are tied together from that red now.
Going to be going up top.
I think, to be honest with you, I'd be in favour of potting these two. I'll drop this one in the top and play the one into the middle, or you can actually do it now. I'd be playing a loss of turn.
I was just about to say, loss of turn should come into play.
It's all percentages. I think she's looking at the middle pocket, but if I was further out, I'd be using the other yellow to do it, but instead I'd be using this one.
I should try and develop that yellow that's just above the cue ball.
I had this conversation with Simon when I was doing commentary the other day. It's purely percentages. You're gambling. You're just saying, I don't reckon you can get these. And if they do, you shake their hand and say fair play, but you work out on how your opponent's playing, where the balls are, whether you think they can go out or not. And
There was one actually in particular in the South Africa Northern Ireland match where Chucky Preston refused to go for a pot. There's 2 reds left in the black, and she left the cue ball right on the bottom rail with a really long, thin cut black for opponent who just smashed it straight in the pocket.
Yeah.
We said, is she going to live to regret that? And you know, it was one of them. It's the right shot as long as she doesn't pot it.
Wow. I mean, don't get me
Which is
wrong.
okay in hindsight, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'd always lose. I always would rather lose going for it than. But sometimes it's just a case of. You know that if you go for yours, you're opening everything up for your opponent. So why not? Why don't you decide where you're going to leave the white ball, so to speak?
She hit that bit fiercely there and pushed that yellow into her. Oh, in fact, I think she must have moved the ball with a cue there.
She must have done.
So it's ball in hand now for Ross Johnson.
It's hard to see on the overhead. It almost looks like that red passes the yellow, but
I think it does, you know.
it does look like it does, doesn't it?
I think I would have been more inclined to go to the other side of the table and deal with the red that was.
Well, she's obviously going to take the loss of turn now.
Yeah.
But
tactically, this is the sound shot to play, so she knocks in Maxine's yellow.
I think I would have preferred using the other one on the other side and using the black in that red she's just played.
Can be quite clear what the foul was there.
It's a great opportunity for Australia now because you can stand up nicely for that.
Yeah, Maxine, unfortunately for her, has left an angle for Ross Johnson to get up onto the last red. Black available everywhere. Well, it's come out the draw and
it's a free shot, isn't it? It's just a freebie.
Maxine has a chance of a double, and as you say, Barbara, it's a free shot.
She's nailed it.
Great shot. Where's the cue ball going though? Oh wow! It stayed there.
We got all the drama.
How do you fancy this black for a 2-0 lead?
No thanks. Although I must admit, I'd probably be just dropping it. It's just trying to get it as close. If he's going to miss, get it as close to the pocket and pile the pressure on.
Very high tariff shot indeed. Oh my word!
That is
what
a shot.
A black ball from Maxine Soul of New Zealand.
Awesome.
And just look at the celebration. Not just the black, the yellow before it as well.
Yeah.
When you consider she's missed a couple of balls that were
relatively easy, yeah.
And then pulls out a world-class finish.
Wow.
That is just unbelievable.
That is one that's going to be
2-0,
played
and I tell you
over
what,
and over again.
Upset could be on the cards.
Oh yeah. Well, again, 2-0, clock's ticking. Not sure what the match clock is after that frame.
There we have Sherilee Boyce from New Zealand stepping up to the plate. Her team in a 2-0 lead against Australia. Considered to be surprising by Babs here.
Well, it's certainly not what...
It's not what the bookies had in mind.
No.
And Sherilee has made a ball off the break. She's also on... I don't know, she's on the reds at the bottom now. I was just about to say she had a chance there, but I don't think she can actually quite get to enough of that.
I think the bottom one.
red.
I think the bottom one does cut, but if not, she's got one into the left centre. I don't know. I feel like she can get. Oh, she's going yellow.
Well, they are, if she can knock the first one in, they are a better colour to play.
It's a great shot.
Oof. And she's on the yellow down into the bottom left-hand corner. That is a great shot from Shirley Boyce.
Talk about seize the moment.
Notice the cues, a very dapper piece of machinery.
Almost like a graphite mix between 9-ball and type.
Certainly not the common cue of
No,
choice.
No.
Well, it seems to be dispatching the yellows okay then.
Oh, I'll buy 10.
Yeah. I might even return to the game with one of them.
Does it come with a manual?
Didn't catch that one quite thin enough. We're going to have our first look at Temple Larkins of Australia. Well, all she could play really was a sort of half-containing shot. Shirley Boyce is checking if she could play the bottom yellow here off the other one into the centre pocket. Or could she get straight through to the cut? Yeah, I didn't think she could. She clipped the yellow beneath the red next to the black first there.
I think she was trying to pot it clean when she should have actually played the shot you were talking about,
Yeah.
where she plays it off the yellow. That's a great shot. That's a great containing type. Make sure, obviously I think she would have preferred it to have stayed over the pocket, but again I think
clever shot.
The players just need to get used to the pace of the table.
Well, she found a way out of it.
Again, though, if you look, we're already down to just under 22 minutes on the match clock, and the frames, because they're turning so scrappy. Because they're turning so scrappy, it's eating the match clock. So I can imagine the final score being quite a low one.
Just look, a few of these games have been a little that way. The Scotland-Wales game was going quite slowly, and all of a sudden there was an injection of pace.
Yeah.
And then the match was 3-all.
I think the change of the shot clock down to 15 seconds for the last 10 minutes will also help things. Because a lot of the time I think with the ladies, it's everybody's capable of actually playing, but I think we think about it too much. So when we don't have time to think and we just do what we naturally can do, that's when not only the pace picks up but the quality picks up. I'm talking about for the not so experienced players.
I'll tell you what, this frame feels huge, because if New Zealand nick this one with 20 minutes left at 3-0 and the way the frames have gone, it would be a big order to get for Australia to get back.
The other thing that England have got an advantage with is, again, and I think it would have shown, and I think the viewers, if anybody has been tuning all day, will be able to see, but the clock management by Harriet.
We were saying that.
Yeah. I'd had a conversation with her before she went out there and said, clock management. And as it happens, again, because balls got scrappy, it helped. So she didn't have to. She didn't have to be going game.
No,
she was
Harriet
watching.
played. We watched it. She potted a couple of balls when it was the right time to pot them, to eke away sort of 30 seconds.
Yep.
Then played the safeties, wouldn't let opponent nothing to see in the next shot.
Yep.
And before you know it, she's actually wiled away nearly a minute.
Yeah.
And it was.
I think when her frame started, there was 4.5 minutes left, and just through. Don't get me wrong. If the balls had all been there, she would have just gone game.
Yeah.
She would have just gone game. And that is the advantage that we do have over the countries that haven't experienced this so much. So, clock management does come into play.
Great pot there from Shirley Boyce.
It's a nice little settler, isn't it?
Yeah, well, she started off with a couple of big pots, but then the game sort of went a little bit sort of
scrappy.
Scrappy, yeah. Messy.
She's going to have to screw this right down off the side rail here. Oh, and she's opened. Oh.
Well, this is a clear-cut chance now. Tricky positional shot.
I think she might be able to just run through and they'll part.
Yeah, you kind of think if you put some topspin on.
Oh, she's screwing.
Going to go off the side rail and back over. Well, she would have been on it, but has missed the pot. Sort of the big pots at the end of the frame was certainly gone New Zealand's way with some incredible finishing.
I think she's going to have a problem now because the one that goes into the right centre, which is the easier looking one of them, is the white ball's going away from her work. So I can't see what she's...
Do you think she's going to try and play the little plant with the yellows and cover? She seems to be looking over towards the bottom left-hand corner.
This is a cut and a half, this is.
Wow. Certainly not scared to attempt. Well, that'll be a loss of turn and not exactly where you'd want to leave the cubel either, so she's passed the table to Temple Larkins. And to be fair, Australia really, really need this frame. Not a great shot. Does the double go? I think it does, but you've got to be very careful the cue ball doesn't stop it on the way back.
Yeah.
Or does she go for the thin cut up into the top corner? I think she's going for the double. Well, it would be cue ball, but it's gone a little bit wide. There's Karen Winter there, the glasses on her head.
Oh, Gov.
I was going to say hello to her. Sometimes I've not seen her for many, many years.
Yeah, she's...
Well, that's not...
No, that's not a bad shot at all.
It's a bad shot if Temple Larkins knocks this Blackies, one of them we were sort of referring to earlier.
Yeah.
But if she doesn't get it, because the yellow's so near to the pocket, wherever the cue ball finishes on the table, unless the black comes around to snookers her, she's going to have a chance.
That's a great shot.
Great shot. Cue ball's okay.
Yeah.
And a much needed frame for the Aussies. And you can see what it means to them. And there you see Lyndall Vine making her way to the arena. One of Australia's most experienced, if not the most experienced player on this side.
Yes, I would say on this side. Obviously, Australia has created some absolute legends over the years in the ladies' game. You've got Elise Mabbott.
Yeah.
She was known back then.
Tanya Aitken.
Great
player.
You had Lyndall Elliman. Absolutely legend.
Brilliant player, yeah.
Yep. And obviously you've got this Lyndall.
Yep,
but
indeed.
Yeah, they've had some, I mean, there's many more. I mean, if you're all watching down under, I apologise for missing any names out, but like I say, there's been so many over the years.
Golden break. Oh! Of course, we are playing golden break in this, and that would have won the frame.
It would.
For Lyndall Vine, and would have levelled the match within a split second. Well, that's the closest we've come to one. Just for anybody who doesn't understand, if the black and gold in the cue ball, it's the golden duck, and you lose the frame. But well, that's as close as we're going to come, I think, without it actually happening. Well, it must have been a foul break. We were too busy fixated on that black ball going towards the middle. You need 3 balls to come past the middle.
So, again, there's the next question. So, the black ball classes as 1 point, because it's 3 points, isn't it?
Right, yeah.
So, what if you parted the black, but you only got 1 above the midpoint?
Tell you what, there's a guy stood out in that arena wearing a referee's shirt, and I think you're going to need to ask him, because I'm actually, I couldn't answer that without.
I know it's out. I know.
Some help.
Surely it would.
I don't know, because I've never seen that situation.
No, there you go. There's one.
Yeah.
Ask the referee.
It's only on the, there's a few rare tournaments where the golden break is in play.
Yeah, but surely it would have to be within a legal break for it to count.
I'd have thought so, yeah.
Yeah. But
we're sticking with that until told otherwise.
Yeah, we'll check it out after the game.
What did happen is Letitia Jackson had a dry break after the re-rack, and look how open these are.
Yeah, it's not.
And if any of you haven't seen Lyndall Vine play before, this girl can really play. I'm glad she didn't miss that after I just gave it a build-up.
I was just watching it.
I usually give everybody a curse when I start saying things like that.
Yeah, commentator's curse. She's a great cueist.
She is. And a great competitor as well. She's all about the concentration. Everything's 110%.
She's also ventured across and she's done some 9-ball, hasn't she? She's
played all sorts.
She was in the going out to the Far East and playing her trade right the way across. She's, like I say, a great cueist.
Yeah, you'd have to say she's of a professional standard. In preparation as well for the way she approaches her sport. Nice little flick there, just opened up the balls, and this is going to be the quickest frame of the match by far.
She's just got to be conscious of the angle that she leaves to play the yellow into the left centre. Yeah, she's played that brilliantly.
The Aussies have up their game and going through the gears.
Oh.
She lifted her head slightly then as she struck that.
She did. She came
that
up,
was
up
nerves.
off the shot. I don't know about nerves.
If you see, when she cued it, her head moved on that shot. Every other shot she's had her head stuck to the cue.
Yeah.
It was just, she knows that was pretty much match ball because the black's going to be pretty easy.
Yeah.
Middle pocket syndrome.
Don't even talk to me about it.
I know, I hate them.
They're normally my favourite. Like I say, I just
them.
I just forgot to pack my cue and arm.
Should have filled them with cement and not have them for me. Well, Letitia Jackson just developing the reds, not leaving anything particularly easy there for Lyndall. She obviously can't cut the shallow down the rail because the cue will go straight in that middle bag. There's no double, not into the corner.
She can't. I know. She can't come off the bottom. She'd have
But
to
she
play
goes
it with
thin
a lot
and
of
come off the
time.
knuckle and back into the middle. I'm not 100% sure.
She's just going to dink it and run the white ball down. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, experienced shot there from Lyndall Vine.
Again, you just want to keep that pressure on all the time, and if it ends up on a cushion or you need it as close to a pocket just to keep that pressure on your opponent, because with the way the reds are now, if you were in your local club, you'd be thinking, oh yeah, I can clear these up, but with the whole situation, and again that's a percentage shot that's been played, think she was conscious about holding for the black there.
Yeah.
But she'll be disappointed with that shot. Without realising it, I think he's landed perfect on that one.
You think she'll play a little safety here, off the red over there with the bag, and play the snooker. Play it now. There's nothing really, surely not coming down here.
You would have to do something because those three reds are sort of all in each other's way. So
you want ball in hand up there, don't you?
You want ball in hand. She's taking the middle one. Oh no.
Wow.
Oh.
Well, she certainly took the ball by the horns now.
What do we
She's
know?
all in.
Yeah, what do we know? Although saying that, she drops this one into the centre. The white ball's coming across more towards the middle of the table. When she drops the one that's above the black in, she'll be coming away. Oh. What do I know? But she would have been coming away to the right-hand side of the table for the one below the black and not leaving Lyndall a shot if she was to miss. Oh, she'll take that.
Wow. That is an incredible development there.
You need a bit of luck to win a tournament.
But then Lyndall's had two good chances to win this frame.
Yeah.
So can have no complaints.
That still doesn't make you happy.
No. That's a good shot without going in, just where you put the cue ball, and she's not committed a foul. So there's only one shot there, and that's the plant into the bottom left-hand corner.
She's done really well to get the white ball up there.
We're down to 15 seconds of shot now as well, Barbara.
Oh.
Close. That nudge didn't help Lyndall.
Oh.
And the red's gone in the way, so you can't double back into the middle. It's a straight double into the corner, I think.
Oh dear, Lyndall seems very quickly down on this. She's cutting it. That's a great shot.
Oh, that is a fantastic pot from Lyndall.
Great shot.
Oh, Lyndall Vine. This to level the match. And Lyndall Vine's come good at the right time. And just look at the Australian women.
Pure passion there.
Absolutely. 2-2 here in Blackpool in this women's world team shootout. We're down to 15 seconds of shot. The winners will get a place in the semi-final later tonight, and they will play the winners of the next match we'll have up of New Zealand
again.
France and Northern Ireland. Too many ends.
Yeah.
Yeah, France, what a game that's going to be as well, France, Northern Ireland. We saw Northern Ireland earlier dispatch South Africa, but they've got a good strong side, haven't they?
Yeah, I think, is it Ashley? I think Ashley Dinsmore's
brilliant,
playing well. Chucky Preston. Obviously, you've got
Emma Cunningham.
Yeah, I was just going to say I couldn't remember her name. She's I think she's a really good pool player, is it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But then France, Marion Jude. She's the defending world champion.
Yeah, France is loaded as well. You'll have Colette Henriksen. And I
just looked again at Victoria Heavy's break for New Zealand.
Again, looking at the clock with 8 minutes left. Possibility of another shootout.
Well, it's Natalie Hatton now at the table for Australia. Still the possibility of the shootout. But also the possibility of the way these balls are in this frame, that this could be the one and only frame. If it's finished, it might be the one that takes your team over the line.
Yeah. Especially with the clock the way it is.
Yeah, if I'm Victoria Heavy, I start developing these yellows.
Just just something that I've noticed, and I wasn't looking at the other, but I know that is that 2 left-handers already that we've seen for New Zealand. I was always beware the lefty.
Beware the lefty.
Beware the lefty. I don't know what it is, but the left-handed players, Sue Thompson, you know, there was always something special about their play. It's unlucky, but she managed to block the path for the black.
Well, you'd
there.
have to say Australia slight favourites in this frame, just by the position of the Reds.
I think the red that's tied up by the black spot would, although it goes, you'd have to be plumb, but I think you could be trying to play it off the yellow, I think, possibly. You'd have to be thick, but...
Well, she's got an angle to go down into this little cluster of 3 balls at the bottom of the table. She'll need to free this red. And if she does, Natalie Hatton could have a great chance here to put Australia in front for the first time.
Oh, she's just a little bit heavy.
Yeah, just a tad heavy. She has got a double.
Yeah.
I think we're going to see definitely the end of this frame anyway.
I'm loving the aggression. Treble.
It's gone wide, so Victoria Heavey for New Zealand. But just look where she's left the cue ball, having to come down the table. She played the safety now into the ball at the bottom.
Let's
try the snooker.
The pace on this table, but it looks like she's
She's
nailed
got
it. Yeah.
Very good shot there from Victoria Heavey. Snookered Natalie Hatton.
The longer the exchange goes on, the more the clock, you'd be conscious of the clock.
Oh my word.
Wow.
I'll tell you what, there's been some incredible shots in these matches.
Well, we had Twinkle in the first match,
Yeah.
Lisa Dart.
Not the only one. Oh, it wiped his feet as well, but in it goes, and Natalie Hatton puts the third frame on the board for Australia.
Wow.
They now lead New Zealand 3 frames to 2 at a very crucial time indeed. Look at this red. Just when you thought Victoria Heavey, and she had played a good shot. Wow. What do you say about one of those?
It's almost come off the jaw,
It
hasn't
has.
it? Yeah. And it's the Australian team. It looks like I've just heard come on Lindell, so...
Well, if Karen Winters obviously decided to go straight back in with the big guns.
Well, again, the experience of having to use the clock. Again, exactly the same position that England were in our match against Ireland. 3-2 with 4 minutes on the clock.
Lindell makes the ball.
And again, look at the scrappy table.
She just had a little glance at the clock there. It was her first one.
Yeah.
So it's a sort of similar position when you were with Harriet for your England side earlier.
Definitely.
You're one in front. Do you go game? You only go game if you know you're going to get them, or do you sort of like start nudging around with the clock?
You wouldn't want to affect your actual game. Basically, you need the master suit. She's not managed to do that. But you don't want to be yellows. Well, do you?
No, you want them now.
She's got a lot more time than she feels like she's got. She's very, very rushed, but there is plenty of time.
Yeah, she's almost playing like this, 5 seconds a shot rather than 15.
Yeah, but also the match clock. But believe it or not, that's a long time. probably just be playing a plant now. If it goes, it goes.
Yes, she's safe in the knowledge with the black ball up there by that red.
Well, again, she can actually have a free go. It's not about the clock now. The reds are all there, so she can go game, take them out. And just by using the 15 seconds for each shot or 10 seconds for each shot, you're constantly bringing that clock down. I think Lindell should be looking to clear these up now.
I think I'll take the red top right.
Come back down the table, yeah.
I want rid of that ball at the bottom of the table for me.
Yeah, definitely.
If I can get rid of that, then the winning post is in sight. And she has done, and it's going to be a good cue ball as well.
I think the red that she's just missed on the way down, though, could end up being a little bit, because it doesn't pass to the bottom right.
Play a little bit of left-hand side here and kick into it, but just make sure this pot. There's still work to be done here.
Again, I don't think Lindell's actually too worried. You've got 1
Clock.
minute 30. Yeah, she's not. She's looking.
She's had a little glance.
Smile. Yeah.
So now you roll the red into the centre pocket.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I'd still leave the red over the bag.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Nudge this in the middle of the table.
Yeah.
Hand over the.
I'd actually just run off of it and leave it on the bottom, the white on the bottom rail, come off the right hand side and leave it on the bottom.
Absolutely. And it's notable now that Lindell's not playing any shots until the beeper starts.
We should take that kick as well.
Some of the Australians starting to celebrate, maybe a little premature, but well, we feel that.
Oh.
Well, that should have gifted it now to Australia.
Lindell going for a jog.
Well, pretty much safe to say Australia are going to be in tonight's semi-final. We'll find out later who they're going to play. It'll be either France or Northern Ireland. You, of course, and your England side will be playing Scotland tonight.
Yeah. That should be fun.
And down goes the black ball with just 4 seconds on the clock remaining. Australia have gone through. They've beaten New Zealand by 4 frames to 2. And a jubilant Lindell Vine high fives with her teammates. Don't go away, be right back with more action after this break.
All right, welcome back. And how entertaining was that? Australia, our semi-finalists. Congratulations, guys. How much fun was that?
I'm not so sure it was fun. Not having to play the last game and run out the shot clock, and of course you're still trying to win the frame, but ideally just running the shot clock down as much as I could, and just in case, so then at least it could only go to a shootout at absolute worst for us. So yeah, no, it was fun, but hectic. Yeah.
Well, that is the shootout in a nutshell, isn't it? It was fun, but it just has that edge, doesn't it?
It sure does. It was absolutely nail-biting, but what a brilliant finish by our captain, so yeah, super chuffed.
And in terms of how the match went, was there any fear when New Zealand got themselves a nose in front? And they played some really good stuff as well.
Absolutely, they put some great balls early on. It was always a bit of a risk having me play fourth, being the most experienced player in the team. But we just knew come in fourth, then I could choose whether where I played in the second set.
Yeah, the frame before you seemed to take an age, didn't it?
Yeah, I think the second frame was like, oh no, is it even going to make it to me? But yeah, no, it's really exciting stuff and a lot of fun to play.
And some brilliant shots that were made in that match, and it feels like watching, it's so hard to get into a rhythm when you're out there, but there's still that ability to make the shots. Is that how it's sort of feeling out there for you?
Yeah, I mean the girls just played amazingly, and then sometimes if you're just in the zone, you just get those shots and just nail them, and it's just about keeping that flow going, I guess.
Absolutely. Semi-final is exciting.
It is very exciting, yes. Looking forward to it. I have no idea who we're playing, when we're playing, but I'm really looking forward to it.
Well, I can give you the sneak preview because
Okay.
it will be one of these two right here, France or
France
Northern
or
Ireland.
Yep.
Who are you cheering on?
Well, can I sneakily say Northern Ireland just because I've got a couple of great mates in the team and I love Emma, known her for many years, and she's kicked my butt just about every time I've played her, so I'll be looking to get one back on her.
I wanted to ask you a little bit about the spirit in the team. We always know the Aussies come loud and proud. You've got the cheerleading pom-poms, you've got the Wallabies out there. It just looks like so much fun to be a part of.
Absolutely, it's a great team. We have a really good team spirit, and we're just going to keep that going throughout the comp. Cheer each other on.
I wish you all the very best of luck with that later on, ladies. We will see you then, because it is now time to move on to our fourth and final quarter-final. The World Team Champions are in action, and they take on Northern Ireland next.
Welcome back to the World Team Shootout. It is the final quarter-final, and it is Northern Ireland versus France. Ashley Dinsmore getting us underway in the opening frame. They've already played out there today with a close-fought victory over South Africa. Now they have the World Team Champions in the quarter-final. France are incredibly strong throughout, and this will be a tough task for the Northern Irish ladies. Ashley's got a chance here in the opening frame. I'm joined on commentary by the 5 times world champion Amy Beecham. How are you?
Yeah, enjoying the chaos.
Enjoying being part of the broadcast team rather than out part of that chaos, eh?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Tough match here for Northern Ireland. Obviously they've got a very good team themselves, but France looks so solid throughout.
Yeah, well, I think it is an advantage that they've been out there and won, and the atmosphere and support they create will be a factor.
Yeah, and also worth pointing out, whilst France are the World Team Champions, they have played in the shootout before, but they are yet to win a frame, which is...
They remember that too.
And they
definitely remember that.
And we're going to see the world champion straight away here. Marion Jude is out front and centre for her team.
Marion's main memory of the shootout is being broke dished, and that dish then getting 14 million views on Instagram. She was telling me this morning.
Yeah. Yeah, there was the way that Morocco played against them, it just was incredible, really. Morocco didn't make it through the qualifying stages of the team championships, but absolutely flew in the shootout. It was a very eye-catching scoreline to see them beat France 6-0, which is what makes the shootout it's so unpredictable. You just don't know what's going to happen. Marion is the world champion, and coming into the tournament though on the back of a bad weekend, didn't get the results she was looking for in the Women's Pro Series. Big problem here on the bottom right. I don't really know how she's going to solve it.
No.
Could end up making the game easy here for Ashley. Trying to get creative to make it happen, but not really moved. Holds up her hand to apologise simply because she's on another ball, but
It's not often you see Marion guessing, is it?
no. I think this is also part of it for Shootout Paul. I think if she was playing an individual frame here, I don't think she goes at all. I think she comes to the table and realises that.
Yeah. She has dropped on a shot here. If she can get behind this yellow, you just saw her line it up to then play it off the red and yellow together. So she has found a way here to give herself a chance.
The yellow should come across the table as well, so if she can just hold on and off the cushion, should have the clean line to the yellow.
Yeah, it's just about the pace, isn't it?
Oh, it's not going to fall for her. Everything was right, but the yellow refuses to fall.
Has she left her first shot?
Well, nothing nice. Double, potentially. That's about it. Maybe a tough plant.
Yeah, great shot.
Two reds on the bottom of the table are awkward still. Get right behind them. You wouldn't mind the plant. I'm not sure that's the best option.
No, I think I like the yellow's quite deep in the pocket, which makes it, if you can get the white in a decent area, makes the skill shot very, very gettable. Combination shot.
Just come past the angle she was looking for to come down the table nicely, but come past it enough to be able to force this one off the top cushion. But if her plan was to get underneath the reds, then that's going to be really tough from here. So I think the combination, as you say, might be the best option. Be a big shot early in this match. Cue ball. Cue ball. No, stays on the table, but that's where the good news ends here for Ashley.
Yeah, I don't think it was really on to try and get underneath them from there. I think you had to find a different shot to what she played.
Giving Marion the chance to go and win the frame. Even if she can't get to the yellow direct, she can just clip it cushion first, but I think she can get there direct. This 8-ball then for the opening frame. Hush comes over the arena. Right in the heart of the pocket. And Marion comes up big hit in the opening frame for France. They have finally won a frame in Shootout pool. Marion Jude gets the job done, and she's very much the star player for France, although they are a deep squad. Amazing title that she won last year in Morocco, taking down the world title, but she's also won the last woman standing and an Ultimate Pool Women's Pro Series event. She really is a phenomenal player, Amy, isn't she?
Yeah, she's unbelievable, and I think it's almost depressing how good her brain is for her age, to be honest, the way she sees the game. The patterns are the best probably in the game. And she's 24, I think.
Yeah, still in her early 20s.
Yeah, depressing, but phenomenal player.
I'd heard plenty about her coming into Morocco, but to see her play firsthand in Morocco and see that, and with you, that the pattern play is phenomenal, the way she sees the game, and the final she played against Harriet Haynes to take down the title was brilliant. She made one really big mistake in the middle. She didn't let it affect her. She just carried on and just kept taking out finish after finish. It was...
Yeah, I think her temperament is unbelievable, and you talked to her after a loss as well, and she's also very... can't think of the word, but she doesn't get upset. She can obviously be annoyed, but she is very pragmatic.
Yeah, which is rare in the pool world, believe me.
Absolutely, but she has a great attitude for the game as well.
Yeah, like I say, she had a disappointing weekend this weekend. Having taken down her first Women's Pro Series title, she would have come in with high hopes, but disappointing couple of results for her in the two tournaments we had this past weekend, but just on to the next tournament. World Championships around the corner. Champigny out there now for France.
Yeah, Geraldine so far the only person this year to beat Shona Lucas in the Challenger Series.
Yeah, which is a great result. Shona's a phenomenal player. Very much a pro-level player, but has to go through the Challenger to get there. It is noticeable Northern Ireland have changed up their lineup here. Roisin Smith comes out for frame number 2. They started off in their match against South Africa with Emma Cunningham out there, and I think they've kind of tried to play a little bit of gameplay here and work out where they want their players to be.
Yeah, I think Northern Ireland have a very good squad themselves, but obviously Emma is the standout player, so I think just trying to avoid the biggest matchup early on, guessing that Marion was going to be out first for France.
Well, they guessed right. She delivered. No good for Roisin. So ball in hand here. Geraldine. The chance is there, really.
Yeah.
It's not bad at all. Helps having ball in hand.
I think you have to take the one kind of in the middle of the yellows and black first. It's the only one that's awkward to get position on. I know this one is separate, but it's so easy to get on. You so much room to get on it. I don't like. For me, this wouldn't be my first shot.
Yeah, and not got the positional side of this right. I'm with you 100%. I think the one below the 8 ball was always going to be the trickiest ball to land on, and just you could just play on that one straight away. Possibly even just nudge the 8 ball a little bit more open, either nudge the yellows or not, and stay on the reds down the table and back yourself to deal with the one at the top.
She does still have a chance in there because she's fell on this one on the across the bottom rail.
No real damage done with that miss. Roisin could play the loss of turn, but she's going to lose the frame off the back of it, you'd expect, because of the way the reds are laid out, so that doesn't really help her.
I think you pot the one in the middle and then play the loss of turn from the kind of yellow on the rail onto the plant and screw back up to
so you get the snooker at the same time.
Yeah, I think the loss of turn's a shot, but I think you need to pot a ball first.
I think Roisin is very much on your wavelength here. She's got to be careful with the cue ball here, because the red below the 8 ball, I think that might float through the gap.
Yeah.
So if she leaves the potting angle on that one, which is, oh, she's changed her mind.
Dangerous, but very well played.
Yeah, plays the loss of turn this way round, so it gets the yellow in front of the red, which certainly slows it down for France, but still have France. Normally more balls on the table is better, but just feel like France will get a chance here.
Yeah, I also think that the shot here is the loss of turn back, just to play the red and screw into the yellow that Roisin's just put over the bag.
No good if this red drops. That's awkward. All of a sudden, you feel very good for Roisin Smith and Northern Ireland here. Trying to feather off it as thin as possible and get the cue ball to the top of the table. And that was too thin. In fact, it was completely missed.
Yeah, can only put that down to nerves, because Geraldine's a very experienced player, but yeah, not a great start.
This is a very good chance for Roisin. Tempted to play on the one above the 8 ball, and if she has, she's just come a little bit too far down the table. Just those two yellows together, just want to get rid of one of them, it opens up the other one.
trying to come past the red there for the ball in the middle, but still okay here, but she's going to have to play a shot to get really nice on the black or develop it.
Roshan just played the one frame earlier on today, didn't go her way.
Great shot.
In good shape to get the frame on here. Really hear her teammates.
Yeah, I think this is only going to get louder if this gets tight late on.
One. Good frame of pull from Roisin Smith. Gets the job done for her team. And she's going to hand the baton over to Emma Cunningham now, who is leading the cheers as well. There she is in the background. This is the Northern Irish squad. They already have victory over South Africa earlier on today. Emma Cunningham very much the leader of this team. And she'll be up next, but we saw some brilliant stuff. Lisa Dart came up with a huge moment in their match earlier on against South Africa. She'll be playing 5th in this round of games. Jackie Preston will be playing 4th. Quite like to see that team not afraid to mix it up and change, learn from what happened previously.
Yeah, and I think they've got a team where it's quite easy to do that. They're all quite well-rounded players. You've got no one obvious that's particularly defensive that you would think traditionally be back end, or obviously Emma is an aggressive player,
to say the least.
Yeah, but that's what you want in this format, isn't it?
Good break. Does she have a starter? Possibly not here. A little bit unfortunate. Hit this break well. Ball's flying in everywhere, but
Yeah, Emma hitting a break well. We'll have to make sure we get that on replay for her.
yeah.
Extension called.
She loves the cue bend as well, doesn't she?
Going to lay up, or is she just going to go all out? One big shot for the frame, first up.
It's a really tough opening ball.
Was it in any doubt there?
Nakis, France, and Annalise Dehan, great chance here. That was why it was so risky for Emma. The chance she was leaving, if she makes the ball, you just know she's going to make the finish. But if she misses the ball, she's leaving such a good chance.
Emma will always back herself to make the big shot though, and she gets more than most. So
yeah, you can't argue with her choice.
No.
Fortunately for herself and Northern Ireland, it's gone against her. Doesn't really matter which way. Probably come back. Could go through as well. I think you'd miss the red.
I think potentially just slightly off angle, so. Very slightly awkward angle here. You just have to give this a little bit of attention.
You want to hit it nice and firm, don't you? Like she just hit the last one, but if you do that, you might end up a little bit too far across the table. That's why she's taken a few extra seconds here. And she's kind of lent into that and gone right the way across, but is she on it? Really surprised with that. I mean, you could really nip that and just hold.
Yeah. I can only think that she was playing for the black in the bottom right and just a bit of adrenaline overhit it. Because I don't think it goes in the middle left or the bottom left.
No, it looks completely dead.
However, I think Anais did pot a black out of a snooker to win the world title last year, so she's got form for this sort of shot.
Big shot. It's going to give Emma Cunningham ball in hand, not hitting a cushion after contact with the 8-ball there. That's a foul. International 8-ball rules. And wide open here for Emma and Northern Ireland.
A little bit surprised she didn't play the second ball down the rail there, but still okay.
Worked hard to get on the red there on the right hand side, and she's done well.
Yeah, she played a really good shot there, and I don't think she really had to if she'd have took the one down the rail previously. But perfect now, just to roll it in and black in the top corner.
Just for a second, I thought she'd put that on the draw, but it is a good counter clearance from Emma Cunningham. She got a chance maybe that she wasn't expecting. And the French side missed their chance to go in front. This is their lineup though. The French team champions, the world team champions I should say. They're very, very strong, and they will probably be, I'll get your opinion on this, the favourites to defend their title this time round. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, I think, for me, France are favourites. I think just the depth. And England obviously have depth also, but I just think France are so solid, and they've come off the back of obviously winning last year. They've won other tournaments as well in other parts of the game, and they function well together as a unit. They're very, they're a good collective, and yeah, I think these two teams will be in the knockout stages, England, and then once the thing is with the format being so short this year, a first to 8 in a knockout game I think is the format for the semis, which is anything can happen.
Anything can happen, yeah. You've got to be on it right from the get-go, and you need all your team to deliver. Elena Colas comes out for France.
Great break.
Just let that one drift. Needed to be on this a little bit better. This is now very, very tough.
I'm not sure this is the shot now. I think you can see the plant at the bottom of the table might be an easier recovery shot. Stretching as well is horrible. Not left anything easy though.
Jackie Preston then for Northern Ireland. Gets a good loss of turn and gets the cue ball. Excellent shot. We've just turned into the second half of the match here. Only 20 minutes to go. Just shaved the red. What an outcome that would have been if it wasn't for that. Well, was it spotted? Am I seeing things?
No, it moved. If I saw it move, it definitely moved because.
Well, that is a result for France.
Yeah.
And you have to say it's missed by absolutely everybody. I mean, there's enough people out there. Nobody from either team has seen this. Let's have another look. Watch the red. Yeah, definitely red first. That's a big moment.
Yeah, France go on to win this frame. Huge moment.
You have to say that Chucky's still in the sort of driving seat in this frame in terms of she just needs that one good sort of safety to turn it around.
Yeah, but on the other foot, one bad shot and the yellows now are all in the open.
Yeah.
They all go.
Yeah, so we've got to be careful.
Absolutely.
He's doing a good job here of containing, but yet to play that killer blow. She thought she'd done it with the snooker earlier on, but she didn't give her the chance she was looking for. This time she may have done.
Another little roll there for France. Any other nudge on that red and Chucky has a shot, a first shot.
Continues to do the right thing. The only problem, just made the reds a little bit more tricky on the right hand side. All for playing the shot and keep the red in play. Such a big frame. The longer it goes, the bigger this frame gets as well.
Helen's got to be a little bit careful here because if you misjudge this hit on the yellow, that black looks very close to a plant. That's a very good shot.
Makes this frame even bigger as well. Hendrickson's up next, and we go into the second round of games, and France can throw out Marion Jude again, so we could be going back-to-back big hitters for France straight away. And if they could get all square, they'll feel very positive. It'd be tough from 3-1. They'd have to win them both.
I mean, I think for me, regardless of the score, Emma has to come out first for Northern Ireland in the second set.
I'm with you 100%. Because the clock could get away.
Yeah.
If they lose and Emma doesn't get out to play a second frame, they've missed the trick.
Absolutely.
There's the French squad. They have got a squad as well, more than the 5 players, so they could bring in other players if required.
Yeah, And the squad players don't weaken them in.
Oh, absolutely not, no.
If you take, obviously, Marion and Colette are the two standout players, but the squad players are just as capable.
Chucky has done well to hang in as long as she could, but she kept leaving half chances, and eventually Nicholas has got the chance to go and win the frame. She played some good shots from difficult positions to hang in. And her reward is this 8-ball to tie the scores up. It looks easy on the screen here, it isn't. With the pressure, should be made, but just give it some attention. No, no, no. Nervy, edgy. Northern Ireland have to win this frame now.
Yeah, and you kind of want them to win it, don't you, after the foul? No one's fault.
Yeah.
You know, the referees
Well,
do a great job, everyone makes a mistake, and the player might not have seen it, but when that happens, you want the other player to win the frame, don't you?
Yeah, I'm with you there, but I have to say that I don't blame anyone, because I mean, if you're cheering, you know, if you're one of the squad players for Northern Ireland, you'd be saying it straight away. You'd be like, hang on a minute, or you know, if you're Chucky hasn't seen it, not a single Northern Irish player has seen it, and obviously nor did the referee. So
I actually think she's made this a big bag here, though.
yeah,
for the
hit
Black
the 8-ball every chance it goes in off the red or direct.
Yeah.
Isn't Paul a silly game? Misses the ball when she had a clean pot at it, but makes it from a snooker. And a let off for Helene Colas. She gets away with it, and she gets her side all square and hands it over to Colette Hendrickson. This one's very finely poised. We should find out what the teams will do for their next frame shortly. Really interesting decisions for both. I think if you're France, you have to just put Marion straight back up, don't you? There's no real decision to be made there.
I don't think there is in either. I think the decisions come after the first frame. It has to be Marion and Emma.
Yeah.
No, it's going to be one frame in it either way. So your biggest player has to be out there. Don't you?
Yeah, completely agree. Also, it's worth considering who, you know, we're getting deep into this match on the clock, and it's tight. You kind of got to think about the amount of time left and think, who do you want, you know, maybe have half an eye on the 6-red shootout as well. You know, we saw it with Wales, and they probably didn't want to have Dawn in the position she was in. Not blaming her for the loss of it, but she wouldn't have been their choice, so maybe you slide her down a little bit more.
Potentially, but I did also have talking to some of the Wales players in between games. It's difficult to know how long the frames are going to last.
Yeah, of course.
You can try to judge it as best you can, but I don't know. For
you just don't know, do you?
No, and you know, a lot of when you roll it back to kind of like singles, I know a lot of the pros are very good at 6 reds now and practice them a lot, but I'm terrible at them and still don't practice because I just try and focus on let's get it done.
Win without the 6 red.
Absolutely, yeah. Just focus on the frame in front of you.
Good break here from Lisa Dart. Huge part of the reason why Northern Ireland were able to beat South Africa earlier on today and get themselves into this position. It's now on her shoulders to come up big, and she has a chance.
Yeah. Lisa, not one of the Northern Ireland players that gets talked about very much, but she's experienced at this level now. She's rock solid. She's never going to go out there and give frames away. Very, very dependable.
I just mistimed that one though.
Not my fault, probably.
Yeah, commentator's curse. Not going to get there. So it's ball in hand for Colette. Decent chance. Needs some work, but she really is a top draw player.
So she'll pot this one and screw the difficult one out straight away with the ball waiting over the middle. So she's seen the route pretty quickly, and now
they all go, don't they? One good shot and they're all there.
It's the sort of layout you're just massively surprised if she doesn't take them out from here.
Yeah.
So experienced.
Colette for years was known as kind of like a rock at the back end, very good tactically under world rules, but I think almost an underrated part of her game has always been taking out the finishes. I think she sees it almost as well as anybody.
Yeah, I think a big part of being solid tactically is once you get your opportunity and identifying it, is taking them out clinically, and then you kind of get praised for earning the opportunity, but not so much for taking them out. But I'm with you, she's got a great all-round game. Careful on this shot, doesn't want to move the yellow.
Yeah, or you go the other way and make sure you move it a lot so it's...
That's exactly what she's done. Given the information, it will be Emma Cunningham and Marion Jude in the next. Surprising, I've only been given the first frame, but I'm being told it's not Colette Hendrickson in frame 2, which I thought they would do. They could have gone Colette, Marion, Colette.
Yeah.
That would have been really strong for them. They're two gun players back to back to back. Because of moving the yellow earlier on and nudging it up, it made it. That was the perfect last ball that she moved. It means she's got a much tougher 8 ball than she possibly could have had. Doesn't matter though, does it? Doesn't matter.
What do you mean tough?
It's hanging over the pocket. Hanging over the pocket. What a shot from Colette, and she does what was expected of her. Does what her team needed from her. She delivers, and she gets her side in front, 3-2. And they have the luxury of sending out the world champion for frame 6. Mind you, Northern Ireland have the luxury of sending out the 4 times world champion for them in frame 6. All the pressure on these two ladies here and now. Going to be Marion with the break as well. 9 minutes to go. France get this frame on the board. Be a long way to getting themselves into the semi-finals. Oh, the definition of last ball rolling there. She chased a bad finish in frame 1, got lucky to get a second opportunity. She may do the same thing here.
I think red to the balls here though. I think they do all go. I think the one beneath the yellow goes in the opposite side. So if you nail the plant down the rail, I think they all go.
If that red does go, then you're absolutely right. I'm working on the assumption it didn't. But she's played a poor shot. She wanted to be on the red to top left and it isn't. And the 15 seconds you've just got to play. She hasn't gifted anything away. Yellows are a poor layout.
Lost a turn, yeah.
I don't know because it's Emma Cunningham.
Well, yeah, probably skill shot and go, but
yeah.
I think lost a turn's the shot, yeah.
That's made it interesting. And she was, I think she was playing the combination there. She played it in such a way where she was kind of a two-way, make it, she was going to go, miss it, she was going to play the loss of turn, but in the end it's kind of made both red and yellow awkward at the top of the table. Marion is going to slow it down. She doesn't want this to drop.
love Marion's reactions. This turns into a massive frame now because this could take 5 minutes to resolve.
Yeah. I think, for me, Marion's got to play the situation and play the player.
Yeah.
You know that Emma's going to be ultra aggressive, if she can be, and chase something. Make her chase a really horrible finish.
It's a poor shot from Emma to leave herself hampered. She is chasing, but is only one ball away from making it. With assuming the yellow doesn't go on top of the red.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Maybe there is a chance of it if you get the right angle into the middle, but it doesn't look likely. A double would go though. I know that Emma Cunningham loves a double.
Yeah.
Tries to come down the table with rakes aside. I think that's to get the cannon, but hasn't. Or did she come down just to play on the double?
Yeah, I think she was just trying to get in the area there. The angle she left herself wasn't ideal, so just had to get down to leave some sort of shot.
This shot feels big.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do or die here for Emma. She misses the double, but she keeps the red tied up. I felt that she was going to pop the red open when she played that, and actually worked out well for her, because if she makes the double, she's on another one. Good pot from Marion. She probably didn't want that one in either.
No, but she has the opportunity now to play the snooker again.
Marion just wants to keep doing this. Oh, how was that a foul this time? I missed that.
We missed it that time. I think must have clipped the red on the way through. Or the black, sorry, the 8 ball.
And this red going to the bottom right means this is the chance for a 2-frame advantage.
Marion's played a poor shot here though.
This time it was. You could see it clearly flick the 8 ball on the way through. Yeah, that is a poor shot from Marion. That's a good one though. But if Emma gets the hit, every chance she puts Marion in trouble. Really important to get the hit.
Didn't look lined up right on that to me.
No. Tough one.
Yeah.
Slid quite a long way. Calm comes over the arena. France no. Firing golden breaks, golden ducks. These 3 balls now will be enough. Just suddenly checks herself to see whether she wants to waste the time on the clock. It probably is worth it, but gets down to pot it anyway. Jude gets the job done for France. They're 2 clear. They are all but in the semi-finals here. 3:48 is time for a couple of clearances, but it's not been that sort of tournament. More likely, you're going to need to see a golden break here for Northern Ireland to make it a 1-frame match. Who knows from there. Ashley Dinsmore with the break. You know her well, Amy. Is she going to go to the cut break and try and get that 8 ball moving?
I don't know if I don't know what Ash's break normal break is, to be honest.
You don't know that well.
Well, always the best at paying attention, if I'm honest. She is going to the cut right now.
Well, it's moving, but not close enough. She has made a ball though, so now it needs to be a quick finish.
Has she made a ball?
Well, I didn't think she
hasn't
had,
made
but
a
she was
ball, no.
carrying on, yeah. Well, this could be a time foul. Just caught it. Well, it's an interesting one. Whether she just walked to the table and time fouled them, what would have happened? Because everyone was fooled by actually getting down to play the next shot.
What would be the rule in there? Has that ever happened?
I think the referee has. They can add more time to the clock there if they want to. If they feel that a player's in the way, not got away from the table in time, that sort of stuff. It's in their judgment to add time to the shot clock, and or the match clock if they would like to. But I don't know, because you'd feel that both players should have kind of known there was no ball down there.
Yeah.
It's a lovely shot. Tricky from here, but every shot's played, the clock is running down.
Yeah, I think she's already done most of the work here.
Yeah.
She's been at the beeps pretty much every shot.
Yeah, this could not be 8-ball awkward. No, it doesn't. It pops it into play. That works out well. She's on the 8-ball here. Well, maybe not. Body language tells us not. Done the job though.
Yeah.
Done the job for the team there.
Wow.
Oh,
What an effort.
oh, that would have been the way to sign off in style, hey? That was some effort. She's going to get another chance at the 8-ball all the same. Stahan puts aside 3 clear, and it is all but certain that they will be into the semi-finals. We will see. There is time for another break. There's very little time left on the match clock here. And France send out a new player. Chaussee goes out. She's a French captain as well, isn't she?
Yeah, Dorothea, a very good player also. Not someone I knew before Morocco, but looked very, very solid last year.
She has 33 seconds to just hang on, but 3 frames we are in. We need 2 golden ducks and a golden break here for a 6-red shootout. Chucky Preston's going to have some fun here at the end, but it is too little too late for Northern Ireland. We're going to just let the clock run out. And that will be that. Brilliant performance from France. An excellent match. And the matches, the frames in the middle were huge. and they all went France's way. Their big players come up big. World champion Marion Jude took out 2 frames, and France did what they couldn't do in Morocco, and they get a win in the World Team Shootout, and they move on to the semi-finals.
All right, welcome back for the final time of our afternoon session, and France are our 4th semi-finalists. Anaïs, Marion, congratulations. Marion, I spoke to you yesterday and you guys were so keen to not repeat what happened last year. It had that sort of feeling. Northern Ireland are very loud, they play very attacking pool. How pleased are you to get over the line?
Well, yes, of course, very pleased to win this, especially after last year, as I said. So yeah, it was a good match, and we knew Northern Ireland would be a tough opponent. So yeah, really happy with the results.
Anaïs, for you, is it a case of today is a fun event? If you win it, brilliant, but it's more about finding some form for the 2 weeks coming up?
Yeah, because we are not used to that. We don't have shootout in France, so it's something very different for us, and can be a good practice also for getting on with the World Championships.
And how pleased were you with how yourselves and the rest of your team played in that one?
Oh, very happy, because like Marion said, we knew Nordics is a very good team, they have a good player, so it wasn't an easy game. So, and well done to them too.
And Marion, you've had a little bit of experience of these conditions, because you've been playing here this weekend, but how did you find them, Anaïs? It's tough to adapt out there, eh?
Yeah. It's not that different, there's the speed of the tables around. It's very different compared to what we used to, or even to those other tables in arena. So I like it. I really like it to roll, but we need to be used.
Just need to get used to it first, yeah, and that's what it's all about. And you're now into a semi-final against Australia. Looking forward to that one. It's probably been a little while since you've played the Aussies, probably since last year. Did you see their match earlier? What did you make of it?
We know Australia have some different players this year that we didn't know, and we know they have a good championships. They play in different tables too, so we're just gonna try our best and play like we know how to play.
Marion, you said when I spoke to you yesterday that you wanted to take it with a sense of fun, but also bring the A game. Do you feel like you did that today?
Yeah, as I said, we wanted us also to bring some seriousness in this game, and that's what we've done. We took it more seriously, and I think that's also the reason why we have this result today. And we also had more chances than last year. So
that also helps. It does
so, yeah,
help.
it helps. It helps a bit. And yeah, I think it's going to be even funnier through the different rounds, like the semi-final and hopefully the final if we win this
Well,
next match.
fingers crossed. It's all set up for you guys. But just before we let you go, we're going to bring up the schedule for this evening. We're back at 6 o'clock sharp for you. There we go, second time of asking. So Scotland versus England is our first semi-final, and then we will see the two ladies here and the rest of their French teammates taking on Australia, and then we have the final. It's all set up beautifully, girls. We cannot wait to see you later on in that semi-final, and we're excited to see you guys at home as well. Hope you've enjoyed your afternoon session. We'll be back with you at 6 o'clock as a WEPF World Team Shootout reaches its conclusion.